Good morning, Nation Circle. My name is 𝗦𝗔𝗖𝗖𝗢 I'm in Credit Department.
Good morning. Nelson Moya, Marketing Department.
Good morning, Morris.
Good morning, Alex Silva, I'm in Credit.
Good morning, I'm Priscilla, I'm in Marketing.
Good morning, members. I'm Peter Yetich in ICT.
Good morning, members. Paul Mugeki, Administration.
Good morning, members. Musoka Dennis, Credit Department.
Good morning, I'm Jaboni. Karibuni kwa mkutano wetu na individual credit.
Good morning, members. My name is Perez, I in the Marketing Department.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Mugesi, Audit Department.
Good morning. I'm Cornelius Kishana, Credit Department.
Good morning, members. I'm Wanyama Morris, serving in Administration Department.
Good morning, members. I'm here in Credit Department.
Good morning, members. My name is 𝗦𝗔𝗖𝗢𝗢
Good morning, members. Basharo Kenneth, ICT Department.
Good morning, front office.
Good morning, members. Brother Mwangi, Credit Department.
Good morning, members. My name is Eunice Awadi.
Good morning, Abel Cesare, Credit Department.
What is good, members? Thank you so much for coming. We are happy to see you. Angela Kibonge is my good name. I work in marketing.
Valien, majina ni Mwangi Muragoli, in charge of credits.
Good morning, members. My name is David Matiku, Finance.
Thank you, member. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Karisimu Amites. In case you need immediate services or any assistance, any of this, you want to assist you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kimani, for the introduction. Members, please appreciate that team. They continue to give us excellent service, so we need to continue supporting them, even when you get a disappointment or two. Let's raise them constructively so that we don't demoralize the team. You appreciate we have really grown. Shashaka, like 5 years ago, how many members were you seeing? 10 or 13? Yes, now it's almost 3 times the number. Thank you, Evans. The other thing we all need to appreciate is the diversity of that team. It's the face of Kenya, and it's what we encourage all of us as Nation Circle members to practice in our small ways so that we can grow this country equitably. It will never grow equally, but we can grow this country equitably. Thanks a lot. I will now give the floor to a very strong team that is here from the ministry. They are the people who guide us, particularly on the rules, the do's and don'ts. And I believe we have a good working relationship. And when you do not have it, they will be the first ones to tell you. So I will invite Mr. Katarina to start. Then we will go step by step, or whatever protocol. I will invite Madam Arena, sorry.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Good morning, members. Morning again. We are privileged to be here with you. We have come big team. My name is 𝗦𝗔𝗖𝗢𝗢, the Director of Corporate, Nairobi County. You are aware corporate is involved, and that's why you are in Nairobi County. Your society domicile is 𝗓𝗓𝗔𝗖𝗢𝗢 sub-county, and so I came with the sub-county cooperative officer, who will also introduce the officer under her. Thereafter, I'll be able to introduce
For this AGM, and with me is my colleague who is also in 𝗓𝗓𝗓 sub-county. He can also introduce himself.
Thank you very much. Good morning, members. My name is 𝗦𝗔𝗖𝗢𝗢 from Cooperative Department. Thank you.
And finally, we have our chief officer who will be talking to you at some point. For now, I just want you to hear his name as I invite the chief guest.
Chairman, the Board of Directors, Cooperators, good morning. I'm Godfrey Akumali, the Chief Officer in charge of cooperatives in the Nairobi City County, Asante.
Okay, thank you, members. Our chief guest has arrived, but we'll introduce him later so that he can take a minute. He's just arrived. Thank you. I will now give the floor to the secretary to set us off on confirmation of quorum and the rest of the program. Thank you.
Good morning, members. Habari wa shirika. Yes, we are starting off the official routine. Let me confirm the notice of that called this meeting, which was issued on 23rd of January 2023. And this was to receive the financial statement for the year that ended at 1st December, auditors, chairman, and supervisory reports, to approve payments of dividends on shares and interest on member deposits, to appoint auditors for the year 2023, to approve 2024 revised budget and the 2023 budget, to pass the resolutions proposed by this board, to replace or retain retiring board officials or board of directors and supervisory committee officials, and to conduct any other business. I will draw your attention to the outline of our program that is on page 5 of the booklet. So we are running through item number 2, and as was stated by the chairman and communicated earlier, the reports were shared in time with several reminders, so we are treating them as read. So for now, we are starting off with the first item. We have a proposer, Madam Omuse. Seconder?
Richard Ojuang.
Bishop Ojuang has seconded. So we can take off that item in our list. Now, we go to the next item, which was the supervisory report. Again, we think that one as read, but for our record now we need to adopt that through a proposer and a seconder. So let me get a proposal and a seconder for the supervisory report.
Josephine Nyabera, I propose.
Josephine?
Nyabera.
Josephine Nyabera has proposed. Let's have a seconder. Someone to second the supervisory report. Patiana mic up. Joe Budia has seconded. So we have confirmed the supervisory report. The next item will be on, this is a presentation of chairman's report. Okay. Yeah, for chairman's report, he'll be giving highlights later, but again, for record, we want to have that as a, it was already part of the report that was circulated. Let's have a proposer and a seconder.
Evans Sasaka.
Thank you, Evans. Evans Sasaka has proposed. Seconder. Give it.
Moses Jesire, I second.
Thank you, Moses. So I hope you are still following on our list. That's what is on page 5. Now we are at the presentation of the audited accounts. The highlights for this will be done by our auditor and maybe some of the inputs from our treasurer. But for a record now, let's have a proposer and a seconder for that. Accounts, the audited accounts which were shared, let's have a proposer and a seconder.
Kennedy Githua, I propose.
Kennedy Githua.
Or I second.
Sorry, your name?
David Moirore.
Oh, David Moirore has seconded, thank you. The last item in terms of the adoption of these reports, we have the budget, again, which was shared, was circulated. The discussion, the highlights will be given later by the treasurer. But for now, let's have a proposal and a seconder to adopt that. Is the budget? Kule nyuma, somebody to pass the mic. Yeah.
Tamba, proposing.
Francis Gashaba has proposed. Seconder.
Ann Andisi.
Ann Andisi has seconded. So in terms of the statutory part of the reports, we are done. So I'm taking this back to chairman.
Both of the supervisory board as well as the management board. So that's where we are going to start with Mr. Felix Odhiambo. Please introduce your team.
Good morning, members. Morning. I can't feel the energy. Good morning, members. Morning. Thank you. So I'm here on behalf of the Supervisory Committee, And I would like to recognize any past supervisory committee members, if they are here. Okay, they've not joined, so I would request the team to stand. Because we are few, they can be heard.
Good morning, members. Morning. My name is 𝗡𝗔𝗖𝗢𝗢. I'm the Secretary of the Supervisory Committee.
Good morning, members. My names are 𝗦𝗔𝗖𝗢𝗢 𝗦𝗔𝗚𝗡. I'm a member of the Supervisory Committee.
So thank you.
They stand so that we also recognize them. We are where we are because of what they did. Can they stand, the ones who are here already? Don't be shy, even if you are alone. They are only 2 hours in the year, so give the mic to...
Good morning, everyone. Morning. Good morning, fellow corporators.
God is good all the time. And all the time. Let us never underrate him. He's good, and that's why we are growing. Thank you, the directors and the chief guest and all those who came to.
Good morning, members. My name is 𝗡𝗔𝗧𝗜𝗢𝗡, a board member.
My name is 𝗡𝗔𝗧𝗜𝗢𝗡. I'm on the board.
Good morning, members. My name is Mary Nyagechi. I sit on the board.
Morning, directors. Good morning.
Hamjambo tena. My name is John Kiarie. I sit in the board. I serve as a secretary. Karibuni.
Good morning. My name is Doreen Ogolo. I am the treasurer of the SACCO. Thank you.
Thank you, directors, both of the management and the supervisory board, for the introductions. And I am Peter Munaita. I lead the strategy, oversight, and governance team. Thanks a lot. Let's appreciate them. Unless Bwana Secretary corrects me, I think I can give a few highlights from the chairman's statement, so that we go to the ministry team to give us some guidance. Okay, the statement is on page 22, but I just want to give the highlights. Allow me to do that while seated. And objectives, which we are intended to participate in for the benefit of members. The second thing to note is that we are also going into a high interest regime. Those who follow the markets already know the 1-year board is now at more than 10%, and the 10-year board is at more than 14%. I just want to capture that with what it means to you and me as a member. It means that the cost of living will rise substantially. That's the first challenge our SACCO has. And they are also likely, because of the unforeseen future, to save more. So it's a double-edged sword. We want you to take the latter approach, you save more, and do not delay your investments. These things happen in cycles. We are now at this discouraging investments and the like. But those who invest now will reap more fruits going forward. You remember during COVID, the people who invested during COVID and survived, I'm not talking about the back of the car traders. Those ones I think were fairly occupational, very few of them are left, are now reaping big rewards for that. The business parameters have grown at between 15, some to as high as 24%. So let's appreciate the management team for that. We want to particularly note that most of this business, more than a quarter of it has been delivered through e-channels, more cost effective, because Sasaka, wherever he is, he can access his money at 3 a.m. We are not asking for what, but you know you can access your money all the time. And from that, you can also see how our liquidity is. We are doing well on the liquidity front, meaning, ukishindwa kufanya kitu unjue ni pesa yako imekataa, si yako imekataa kukupatia pesa. Then our loans have grown, not as fast as deposits and the like. That's the challenge we have, and I appeal to you once again to bring in more members so that we have a diversified base. And that diversified base helps us address shocks that may afflict one sector of the economy or the other. And because the business did well, we also wanted the members to do well in their pockets, and don't want it in their pockets, they can plow the money back to the circle. 165 million is coming to you as payment of interest on member deposits. Do we want to appreciate that, or we want to say we want more? We all want more, and we are going there. So let's appreciate what we have now. Let's be thankful, because the business has to be run prudently as possible. We balance the member interest, the business interest, and the future interest, because we want this business to be there for our great, as many as you can mention, grandchildren. You remember Kawira Mwangaza apologized for 70 times. We can sing great as many times as we want, and God will hear our prayers. And then also, there is a dividend being paid of 23 million. That is the money for the capital, the shareholding you have in the circle. So overall, compared to the previous year, we are paying 9.5% for rebates. This year, rebates is the other name for interest on deposits, and 18% for dividend, which is the return on your shareholding in the circle. Comparatively, it's 9.5 against 9% and 18% against 15%. So in that parameters, you can see we have released more to members as the business grows, and we appreciate the sacrifices you have made, particularly since we entered the regulated regime. You've sacrificed a lot, as you see, in the growth in reserves, institutional capital, and member holdings in the circle. I think we are where we are because of good governance. It's India that is, and the benefit of the country. Today, we are very much happy because some sections of our membership that felt like they had been left out of the leadership of the circle are now in through the elections we did 2 weeks ago after we set up the nominations committee. Let's appreciate the nominations committee for the work. They will have an opportunity later to give us the results of those elections and any matters that they found, particularly on areas where we need to improve on. So what this means is the Mwananchi team has come in, and the Taiva team has also expanded in line with the expansion in the members who are former ex-NMG. That's the whole essence of it, but we will be given other details. We have something else we launched last benevolent fund, which is, I think it has closed. If it has not closed, the management will inform us. And we want these windows to be opening after every 6 months. So there will be another window in 6 months. Engage them. We had several parents there, so this is a very vulnerable group, so let's support them as much as we can.
during the year also, your circle received a lot of recognition during the Ushiriki when the adjudicators in our segment, in our sector and segment, found us to be doing something exemplary that others can emulate. I want to recognize these ones one by one. We did not come with them here, but they are there. Circle. Let's clap for the management. And members, I earlier mentioned savings. You are second as the best savers in the business category. How many of us want to become the best savers in the country, and the government team will start taking us for trips here and there? I'm not, they'll confirm that. I'm just saying we would want them to do that for us. But the repeats that we have, in the quest to become number one, there have to be sacrifices. So let's do what we can, each in our own way, according to our own ability. And the name of which is to grow our asset base to 5 billion. We are now at 3 billion. Remember, like 5 years ago, we set a target to be at 2 billion, and we exceeded that by 1 billion. Let's clap for ourselves. There is a lot of work going on in the IT sector, not just for us, but for all segments of society, including the public service. You saw the cabinet start using paperless meetings. That was, I think, 3 weeks ago. Nation Circle started doing that 5 years ago. Let's clap for ourselves once again. So there's a whole segment there on what we are doing on the technology front in order to enhance services and to become more reliable, while also checking against fraud, which is a major problem now facing anyone dealing with money. Hata Safaricom wangesafishwa 500 million through Fuliza. We have all seen that, and we associate Safaricom with the best of the technology in the country. So it's an area, do not be tired. We will continue investing in that area for the foreseeable future, because technology is our only way of delivering good services or protecting. Then I had mentioned about the SME. There, I don't need to say much. The regulator approved for us the products, which are very exciting. And we have internally already done the resourcing, rangery of staff. That is something you approved last year. And with this now, we are set to go. We are now at the sensitization phase. And we are piloting with a few people, our members who are in business. This is an area also we have to be very careful so that we don't amplify our non-performing loans portfolio. So it's very well calculated, and it will be guided more by business needs and adequate mitigation against the risks that might be involved. Again, the risks there regarding cybercrime are there, and what we are doing, particularly on the training front, apart from the investments in technology. And there is one area we really want to be strong in our individual and collective abilities: climate change. Where I come from, this is the third season we have not harvested anything. Some sections of the country are luckier. Possibly they have harvested once or twice during those 3 years. Let's do everything we can. Let's plant trees. Let's take care of riparian reserves. And any effort we can support the agencies that are doing 1 or 2 things to conserve our environment, Let's do it. It's an area we will continue appealing for your support, particularly when we participate in activities. You remember we have participated in Dakaine previously. We've also participated in the forest in Karura. So when we call upon you, please come forward. And we want also to tell you that whatever you do, even if you have a small space and you plant one shrub, leave alone a tree, it helps in mitigation of climate change. Let's also adopt good agricultural practices, and we will be better off, particularly when it comes to protecting the ozone layer. I'm speaking from a practical perspective, so if I miss anything on the technical fronts, don't take it a girl is top on overclass. And the boy is actually anapambana kama wanaume wale wengine, ako hapo katikati, but also doing us proud. Yeah, boy child lazima angangane. So if we have an opportunity anywhere, please protect the boy child. Hata kama mnaweza shikania watu watano juu, and you take someone through high school, that person is better for your security than if he dropped off and he started chewing mirror and engaging in other substance abuse activities and also morality abuse. I think lastly I need to thank everyone who is here, starting from the management, the board, our partners, our regulators and guiders. I regard them more as people who guide us on the right way of doing things, not really as regulators, because everything that we do is set in law and we just team up to see how well we can implement whatever the law requires. So let's clap for all the teams that are here. Jim, as we discussed at the start of the meeting. Thank you. Having done that in so many words, I will now invite my sister, Manda Maremo, to take us through the next phase, leading to the guest of honor speech. I also ask your team, because we know how the busy they are, they have like 10 or so other places to go to today, to give their remarks so that after the guest of honor, you can be free. But we appreciate you staying with us up until lunch, until we finish today's program. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Our chief guest for today, Mr. 𝗦𝗖𝗖𝗢. I want to welcome you most sincerely, Nairobi County. Feel at home. We have worked very closely with you. You can see we are doing better and better. You can see the organized team that we have. I started harassing early in the morning because I was here 10 to 8 and there was a quorum. Sorry about that. Our chief officer, also Karibu. I know this is one of your meetings in Nairobi. You are relatively new, but so far you can see what we are doing as Nairobi County. Mr. Chairman, my officers will be here with you to the end because you are one of my senior clients. Now I don't have that problem of deficiency of staff because the county honored me with another 45 members of staff. So the two will be able to be with you to the end. So at this point, they'll not be able to make their remarks because they will have all the time. Without much ado, we appreciate your performance. This is one of the DT cooperatives in this country. Nairobi commands 46, and that is not a small number. When it comes to your performance, your return on investment is something that we appreciate. Do some benchmarking, you'll realize you are amongst the top. You are also one of our billionaire cooperatives. Nairobi County is proud to have 74 billionaires, and you are in the club of billionaires. Please clap for yourselves. Our role in the county is to promote growth and development of cooperatives, and to give you a conducive environment to do business, and to give you the confidence that your monies are safe. So when the chairman is saying that you increase and increase, he's desiring that you will say at some point that whatever should come to your pockets be capitalized so that your savings grow. I want to take this opportunity to invite the PS of the county. That is the easier way of understanding the role of a chief officer. He'll be able to give his remarks and thereafter invite the chief guest. At some point, you will excuse us. The chief officer and I will be expected elsewhere. Investment is doing a meeting today, and already it has started. So it's the two of us who will leave after inviting the chief guest, but the rest of the officers will be here for you. Our chief officer, karibu sana, give your remarks, and then invite the chief guest. Asante sana.
The Assistant Commissioner, our Chief Guest of the day, the Chair and your board, the Supervisory Board, partners, and fellow cooperators, good morning. This morning, I'm happy to join you for the Nation Circle AGM, and I note with a lot of pride the growth that the Circle has taken in the last 5 years. Setting for yourself a target of 2 billion and making it to 3 billion is not a mean feat, and I commend the Board of Directors, the staff, the cooperators for this tremendous growth. And I pray that we continue on the same trajectory so that we can move even to the 10 billion club, because now you're on the single digit, but it's possible that within the next 5 years, you can make it to the 10 billion club. From where I sit, I take cognizance of the chairman's report, especially support on SMEs. As the chief officer in charge of cooperatives in the county, I'm also tasked with the growth of SMEs within the county, and I take cognizance of the circle as a partner within this sector, because as you look around, and even I heard from your remarks, Chairman, that more often than not, we are having people losing the regular formal jobs. And therefore, as a country, we are moving towards other alternatives of income. And even those who are in formal employment, we are encouraging them to think of something extra they can do. And it's good that the circle has decided to support that area of growth, because that's the next frontier for our nation. And especially if you support the frontier of micro and small industries. That will not only guarantee income to members, but also guarantee employment opportunities for the million of youths at particular age set and their needs. Thank you, and I look forward to our continued engagement. As a county, we continue being committed to providing an enabling environment for the circle business to thrive, and we will offer all the necessary support that you may require from our end. With those few remarks, I wish now, and it's my pleasure, to welcome the chief guest, who is also the Assistant Commissioner of Cooperatives, to address the congregation. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Chief Officer. Yes. It's working, eh? Good. Mr. Chairman, Nation Circle, Bwana Peter Manaita, and your board, director team led by the Chief Officer for Cooperatives and MSMEs, Nairobi County, members of Nation, DT Circle, hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. Kwingineko ninakoenda, I normally find a very electrifying environment. Very electrifying environment. Lakini nilipoingia hapa nilishangaa kidogo. Naona watu they're very cool, eh? That's an indicator of happiness. And it's good to go to a home, ama boma, pale unasikia baba na mama wanazungumza vizuri na wanacheka. Yes, and I think that's true of Nation Sacco. Let me correct kidogo. Chief Officer, I'm not an assistant commissioner. That's a demotion, eh? I once was your commissioner for 6 months. Sinamna Yaremo? Yeah, I was once your commissioner for 6 months. And at that time, nilijisikia niko mkubwa sana. You invited me for the AGM that year, but there are also very many others. And you are not grown enough to merit the presence of the commissioner to come to a meeting. So poleni sikuja wakati huo, lakini sasa nimekuja kwa sababu you have grown. You have grown in terms of what you have saved and in terms of your total asset base. So jambo la kwanza nataka kuwaletea salamu kutoka kwa Waziri Simon Chelugui, waziri wetu wa ushirika na biashara ndogo ndogo. Amesema anafurahia sana kazi yenu ya members of Nation Sacco, na angependa kusikia kwamba members wengine wa vyama vya ushirika wanaiga mfano wa Nation Sacco. Na iko mifano kadhaa nataka kutoa. Ni kwa nini tunasema tunataka kuiga mifano ya Nation Sacco? One, katika ofisi ya commissioner where I serve, I have not had letters, complaints addressed to the commissioner complaining that you see I left the Sacco na mpaka leo sijapewa refund. That means members are content to stay in there and they are not in a hurry to go on retirement. So mjipigie makofi. So when I look at members like Granny, I am happy. Because on the podium, I saw a very young board member. And I was so pleased that when Granny is giving way, there's a new member coming on, the daughter-in-law. Yeah? This is something we should all be thinking about. Handing over the baton to our children. But we hand over the baton of a well-managed society. Kwangu nyumbani, my daughter wananiuliza, baba, ni sako gani nataka kuingia? Nataka kuingia sako. Meaning, tayari vijana wetu, watoto wetu wanaelewa maana ya kuwa member katika chama cha ushirika. So I like that of Nation Sacco, that is a mix of all genders, from the very old to the very young, and that there is a transition, there's a succession that is well planned and well managed. As you grow, would like you to transmit the good management skills down to the new members, so that when Monaita and his team, the time comes to retire, they retire honorably and we do not have to follow them. Ati kwamba wakati mlipokuwa members, kuna pesa fulani ilipotea. Kazi yetu moja tunafanya, sio tu kuzalisha SACCOs or cooperatives, pia tunaua. Si mnajua namna hiyo? Tunaua zile ambazo zina tabia mbaya mbaya. Tabia ya wizi, tabia ya kutohudumia members vizuri, those ones we kill them. That's why out of the 26,000, there are about 27,000 registered cooperatives in Kenya. But today, quite a number are dead. But that does not mean that those that are alive have problems. Those that are alive are the ones surviving, and they're doing very well. I want to let you know that cooperatives in Kenya are rated the best in Africa. Simujipikie makofi. And it is because of what I heard the chairman saying, the level of savings. In fact, it is because of savings and credit cooperatives. That is why we have the #1 ranking in Africa and 7th in the world. Simujipikie makofi. We are not only good runners katika ulimwengu, but in the field of cooperatives, we are doing very, very well. So, and I want you to continue in that spirit, and it will continue when you have good governance, and good governance is through good leadership of Peter Munaita and your team. Now, in other cooperatives, members come in and go. The succession plan is such that the bad leaders want to continue being in office. But in Nation FM, I know it's the good leaders that want to continue being in office. Simujipigie makofi. So when you organize elections like the ones you held the other day, please do what we call good background checks as done by your able nominations committee. Then always bring on board leaders that are able to continue with what you started and do not bring you to shame. So I'm talking about governance. And this is not just to Nation SACCO per se. This is for the entire cooperative movement. I was glad to hear from the chair that you are deploying adequate resources to security, especially cyber security. And this is something government is taking in very seriously. Invest as much as you can on cyber security. And some of the things you need to do, your security expert will tell you. We know you are a 2.3 billion organization. That kind of information attracts thieves. Do you understand me? It is attracting thieves. Your strategic plans, your important documents, your important publications should remain classified within a class that is only accessible to members. So the documents I'm reading today, I would want to carry an official record, but it should not go to my house. Correct? That document should be classified top secret, because it touches on your core business and it has to protect your core business. The thieves look for vulnerabilities And where do they get vulnerabilities? They read our strategic plans. Yapo kwa strategic plan, when we do SWOT analysis, tunasema weaknesses yetu ni hii. Mnajua namna hiyo? Our strategic plan has weaknesses and there's opportunities. But the thieves are looking for weaknesses. And that's where wanazipenya. So it is safe, members and cooperators, our important documents, keep them within ourselves and classify them as either top secret or secret, and therefore available to only our members or those who must see them. The third point I want to speak is the threat from our enemies. As you know, cooperatives are a significant player in the financial sector. And when you are competing, people want to know, ni nini unakula ndipo unadushinda kwa mbio. Si namna hiyo? And they would want to exploit those vulnerabilities where you are seen to be strong. And one of those is membership. So they will want to turn the psyche of our members to be against the cooperative spirit. So what do? They will wait for one of the small cooperatives, ile ya wezi, kujitangaza by being caught. And they will want to use that information to say this is what is happening in the cooperative movement. I want to assure them that they are bound to fail, because the cooperative movement in Kenya is the most resilient. In our savings and credit cooperatives alone, we have an asset base exceeding 1 trillion Kenya shillings. Sasa hata tukigongwa kidogo chini, bado we're able to come back. So your children will ask you, ati kwa nini tumesikia, ati kuna pesa ya fulani, cooperative fulani ilipoteza pesa. And I'm saying this because this is also a cooperative of media owners, isn't it? Or members of the media. Si namna hiyo? Tafadhali mtusaidie. Mtusaidie sana. Kwa sababu some of those small stories ya officials ama ya wizi ambayo imefanyika katika small outfits, not like nation, unapata ndio wanaweka kipaumbele. As if we don't have good news. Lakini when we say that we are a 1 billion institution, they don't put that in the news. Not nation, lakini wale wengine. But when we say we are 1 billion arrangement, that's significant. Nikisema kwa mfano mimi ni millionaire. By the way, I am a millionaire. Courtesy of the cooperative movement. Na nataka vijana wetu wale wanaingia kwa cooperative saa hii, the time to save is now. Save now. Because wakati ukifika kupeleka watoto shule nini, savings inakuwa kidogo. So when you join and you are still young, mahitaji ya pesa bado ni ndogo. So use that opportunity to grow your savings so that you become a multi-millionaire early enough. Na Thereafter, you enjoy the debate being announced by your chairman. So I want to encourage you, members, especially those who are in the business of news, please defend your institutions. We know in your ethics, you have the obligation to write both sides of the story. But I have a problem with those who write the bad side only and minimize on the good side of the story. So that is what the Cabinet Secretary is concerned. The negative publicity which a few bad eggs are giving to our cooperatives. And fortunately, we have an arrangement ya kuwashika. Yes, we have an arrangement. And for some time, they are using social media frameworks, the internet for, recruiting members and so forth, and therefore cheating. We have brought that to a close because we say if you're using an online platform now, you have to be regulated. And the regulator will ensure that the product you are rolling out is appropriate. So there will be no room, and therefore there will be no room for those who want to steal our money by cheating our people that they are, selling a product which is non-existent. So I want to give an assurance that when you hear a proper cooperative selling a product, go for it. And because this is a regulated, these are regulated institutions, please, members, take time to counter-check. I know our people in this country are very gullible. Wakisikia ati kuna pahali unapeleka pesa yako and then it's multiplied by 2, by 3, within a very short time. Huwa wanadanganyika haraka sana. But I want to encourage members of, potential members of cooperatives, please take time to counter-check. And if you are in Nairobi, for example, you've had the chief officer ameajiri maafisa wengine 45. Ulisema namna hiyo? That's adding to an already existing number. That means very close to you, there is always a cooperative officer that can give you accurate information in case you have any doubt. Don't wait utapeliwe alafu nakuja kulilia please check. And I think bwana chief officer, that's why we have less complaints now. Imepungua. Malilio kutoka kwa watu wako wamerudi sana. Yeah, and I wish other counties could do that. They should be coming for benchmarking, by the way. Yeah. Nairobi County, hosts half of, more than half. Yeah, more than half of what we call cooperative wealth. Yes. And they're leading by example. And if other counties could do the same, it will be excellent. Incidentally, there are more cooperatives outside there than in Nairobi. Yeah? So, cooperative officers outside there. And I really would like to request the other county governments to follow suit, follow what Nairobi is doing. Jambo la mwisho. The business of cooperatives and the business of savings and credit cooperatives is just that, what I've said. Savings and credit. To give you a platform to grow your savings and to give you a platform kulima. Loan yangu ya kwanza, that's what I used to buy a bed. Vile mnavyojua, the young people, do not waste your money wakati you are young kufanya mambo ingine. Take it to savings. And every time you want to do something substantial in your house, go to your mother and ask, hapa nataka kununua utensils, takupatia pesa. And that's why there are as many products as they come in the cooperative. Yes, that's how best you do investment in your cooperative society. So take time, invest wisely, and invest when you're young. So I want you to know that when you are investing, kuna ka byproduct kadogo, which I've heard the chairman talking about. He calls it rebates, gine interest, gine dividends. That is a byproduct. Your main product, the main benefit why you go into a savings and credit cooperative is to save and then borrow. Am I clear? So I'm looking forward to a day when I have minimal surpluses being declared by a cooperative. Minimal in the sense that the levies on members for services rendered zimekuwa reduced to the extent that you almost balance out. So that will make the cost of our credit as low as possible. As you know, our competitors are looking forward. We're actually benchmarking. Wanataka kujua cooperatives wanafanya namna gani. Then they offer alternative products, including low interest rates, but I am sure it will take them time to beat us on that one. So, so you members, do not crucify your officials when you see that dividends being paid today, ile surplus, chairman will declare 164. Chairman, ulisema namna hiyo? Yes. Don't give emphasis to that, because that's not why you are created. That's not why you joined the cooperative. You joined the cooperative to promote savings and borrowing. You should be happy to say 95% of our members have loans, and the turnover time ya kupata hiyo loan ni 2 days. In my ukulima cooperative, Aremo knows this. Saizi nikitaka 50,000 nafanya namna hii na inaingia 20 minutes turnover. Now nation can do that as well. So efficiency in service delivery, that is what you should be looking for. Don't ask your officials, ati tunataka dividends kubwa, na kama dividend hakuna, ninyi pia haku. That's the wrong notion. That's not why we went into a cooperative, into a circle. So if you don't take anything home today, please, I want you to take home that point. And board members, help me to sell that agenda. Kwa sababu, and don't campaign, at mimi mkinichagua next time, dividend itaenda 20%. That's the wrong notion. Because there's no business like that in Kenya you can do to get a high dividend. What happens is that such unscrupulous officials would go and liquidate some of your assets and say you are getting dividends. No. You should be proud to have services measured through high efficiency indicators like turnover time, etc. Then you are a happy lot. So, wanashirika, I know hamtafurahia hiyo sana, lakini hiyo ndio ujumbe yangu. Don't give emphasis on dividends, but on the services the cooperative is supposed to give you. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Our guest of honor is telling me to thank him because he's campaigned for me enough. So I will thank him. And that's the message. We have always insisted that prudence is key. We won't give 10, 12% if the business weakens out of it. So it's an intricate balance. I want to appreciate our guest of honor for all the things that they have said, including our officers. We are happy and we will implement those things in constant interaction with them. You've given the example of wakulima sako na kanya-kanya. I've highlighted somewhere for you there that we gave 250 million last year through that kanya-kanya. So it's a good place to be, efficiency, and that's why the investments in technology are very, very important. Thank you, our guest of honor. I'll now ask you to perform a few rites for us because you are likely to be going somewhere for another engagement. Not rites the way you know them. I've seen you frown a bit. They are decent rites. So the team that is leading the award ceremony, please come so that our guest of honor can feed the people who are there. The people leading the award ceremony, I think you can show our guest of honor where to stand. Media people, you've earned a challenge that let's capture also the positives. So, media, muwe tayari pia. Madam Maremo proposes we do it on the lower floor, or you want it there? The media team will guide us on their positioning, but we would be happy if the background is well captured. Bwana Anthony. Anthony, Apir, and Nziuko, please guide so that we start. Okay, I think we are ready now. I'll read from the bottom so that I end with the top. I know I've messed the team there, but let's do it that way. I will start with the most improved category, Then I'll go to the top saver. And finally, our guest of honor. We have some recognition for directors who are leaving the circle to attend to other matters as per our bylaws and the election policy, which I'm happy we were very well guided by the Starehe County team. We really appreciate that, Mr. 𝗦𝗔𝗖𝗢𝗢 and Madam 𝗦𝗔𝗖𝗢𝗢. Thank you. I always hesitate because I'm not sure where to put the I finally or the A. So I hope I got it right. Thank you. Okay, let's start. Mr. Kevin Rotich of Taifa, please step forward. Boniface Jarango, please step forward. Andrew Kereo, please step forward. And 𝗦𝗔𝗖𝗎𝗢. Are those people in, really? Come and receive your awards for your contribution to the circle. There is one other person who is not with us today, but I will mention her name, Josephine Shege, who is actually in the diaspora. So that's understandable. Still within the most improved. Kevin Rotich. Boniface Jarango, I can see him. Jarango, please step forward and receive your award for being the most improved saver. Andrew Kereo, are you there? Andrew, please receive your award. 𝗦𝗔𝗖𝗎𝗢𝗢, please, if you are there. Oh, 𝗦𝗔𝗖𝗎𝗢𝗢, karibu sana. That's the face our guest of honor wanted to see. A very young person, our guest of honor, your prayer is answered. Thank you, sana 𝗦𝗔𝗖𝗎𝗢𝗢. Ingati Sandok, are you there? Veronica Chirchir, are you there? Veronica? Oh, sorry. Karibu, Veronica. We appreciate your continued support of the circle. Mandamaremo, who is the gentleman quoting you there? His name? Sandok Ingati? Also most improved, but not with us today, is Daniel Baraza, who is also in the diaspora. Okay, before I go to the highest saver, we want to recognize the people who continue to patronize our FOSA. As you might have noticed, we need a lot of non-funded income in order to grow the circle, and it comes from patronizing the FOSA. So, Bwana Francis Gashamba, please step forward. Geoffrey Gadoni, Hesron Kiarie, Grandes Wangia, Maxison Mutua, Angelino Kech, and David Mudhama. Please step forward to receive your awards. Shege, congratulations. You are also one of the pillars of the circle, actually among the founders. Karibu Chana Shege for your continued support. Geoffrey Gadhoni. I wish people were coming forward in the way I learned them to ease the work of our guest of honor and the team organizing that. Hesron Kiarie, if you are there, just tell the team your name and you receive your award. Grandes Wangia, Maxson Mutua, Angeline Okech, David Mudhama. Sorry for rushing you. I realize the hall is bigger than I thought because there are people upstairs. So that's understandable. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations, Maxson. Angelino Coach, oh, Angela, congratulations. Congratulations. David Mudhama. Thank you for that. And now, to our top saver. That should be Geoffrey Gadhoni. Okay. Congratulations. Thank you. And now to our top saver. The name starts with M and the second name ends with A. The first full name also ends in L. So Michael, and the second name starts with W. Michael Warekwa, please step forward to receive your award for the best saver. Okay, he's been our top saver running for the second year running, meaning he's sustained himself. Before I tire the guest of honor, I also want him to give some recognition awards to our three directors who are leaving, but one of them is not around. We really like appreciating our former team because they continue supporting us. And as you indicated, we want to grow this as a family of many generations. Oh, Mr. Warekwa is here. I'll request Dorcas and Gesengi to step forward also to receive their awards. After the royalty awards, Dorcas, I can see Dorcas is really excited to get this. And thank you, Dorcas, for coming all the way from Mombasa to be with us today. It's a show of commitment as a director. Wambua, are you an award receiver or you are escorting the top saver? Thank you, Wambua, for that. Okay, Pwana Gesengi has been our director, our chief guest. He has served for the last 3 years, but because of our bylaws and the election policy, he has to exit now and pass the baton to another person to represent the constituency he used to represent. Thanks a lot, Bwana Gesengi, for your contribution to the society. And Felix Odhiambo, please also join the team and assume 𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓. Thank you, Dorcas. Felix Odhiambo was the chair of our supervisory committee. He will be answering questions from his report next. So there he is. He is also exercising as per our election policy and the elections recently done. Thanks a lot, Felix. And all the best in your next step. Assume 𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓 also has served as well, and she's passing the baton to someone else. Thank you a lot, Assumpta, and we wish you well in your next endeavor. With that, I'll request Madam Dorcas. I'll request Mr. Paul Kiri. He is one of our longest staff, members of staff rather, and is retiring in March. We thought we should honor him for serving the SACCO so well for close to 30 years. Close to 30 years. Paul Kiri, please step forward. And let's all appreciate Paul as he comes forward. You all know him, he has served you in one way or another. Madam Domitila, do you want to read your relations for Paul? Madam Domitila, give me as a Paul. Thank you, Paul, for your service, and we look forward to having more people like you who have served the SACCO with diligence and integrity, and we wish you well in your next steps in life. May God bless you, Paul. May God bless you, Paul. May God bless you, Paul. Thanks a lot. As per succession planning, Paul's position has already been filled, so please don't send vacancies to the CEO. And the person who is taking over, we all know him. I've not seen him today. Mr. Morris Wayama, are you around? Morris? Yeah, we all know him, so when Morris Wanyama comes to you, know that he is coming to you with the authority of the SACCO, not on his own behest. I now want to request our team to give the guest of honor his present, and then the other officers will receive their hampers from where they are seated. So, before our guest of honor and the other officers leave, I will request the county team to join them there, the directors, the supervisory committee team that is here, as well as all our guests and partners. We take a group photo, then we all be moved to the next stage. We are coming there now. We will be many. I thought you were feeling a bit lonely. Let's come. The CEO too. Morris. Anthony, do you want to? Just a minute. Our chief guest has another one for us.
I want to apologize. I did not introduce the officer who accompanied me, and unajua unapozeeka kuna wale ambao we are passing the baton, isn't it? So I came with the principal officer from my office, Bwana 𝗦𝗔𝗖𝗢𝗢. Yeah. Unajua wakati mnapokuja kwa huduma, mkikosa mzee, lazima mjue mnakutana na nani. Sawa? So asanteni sana, baki salama.
Bwana Secretary, you can be proceeding with the agenda.
Okay, members, let's continue with our agenda for the day. The areas on page 5, you go back to your booklet. After the presentation of chairman's report, there is a presentation of the financial statements. We adopted this, but now we have the auditor with us. We want him to take us through the highlights. So I'll give this chance to the auditor to give the highlights from the report.
I'm Jambo. I'm happy to be with you this morning to present to you the audited financial statements. The audited financial statements are on this booklet, which I believe most of you have, if not all of you. I hope we all have, can you all hear me? I hope you all have the set of accounts, the audited accounts for the year ended 31st December 2022, which I want to take you through. And first of all, I will take you to the statistical information so that you can understand. It's not here. Kipaza sauti kimekuwa ni kiua sauti. Asanteni. So I'll take you to the statistical information, and it's on page number 21, just to briefly help you to understand what we are talking about in these audited accounts. I know most of you are people of the fourth estate, the journalists, people who analyze matters quickly. They look at information and give a report very fast. So this is the right page for you. At any one time, if you want to compare oranges and oranges, if you want to compare a circle of your status with another circle, this is the page to go to, the statistical information. And on the statistical information, thank you. And on the statistical information, you'll see the growth on membership. You had 5,000 members, 5,394 members. This year you had 6,200 members. I'll not want to overemphasize this because this was discussed by the chairman when he was giving his report. Key things you may want to consider, members, look at the total assets. The total assets is where you hear yourselves being called the 2 billion circle. So you're now almost calling yourself a 3 billion circle because you're at 2.99 billion. Previous year you were at 2.5 billion. What helps you grow your total assets? It's the contributions that you make, the cash that is there, the assets that the organization buys, the loans that you have that help growing the organization. All this helps in making sure that your total assets grows. Another important number that you may want to see, for the total assets, the growth was 16%. For the loans down there, are we all together, members? For the loans that are there, the growth was 20% from 1.6 billion to 1.92 billion. That is good, that is tremendous growth. Another key factor to look at is the total revenue. Just go a few steps down. After the loan, there is financial investment, equity investment. Slightly down, you'll see total revenue. If you can see the total revenue, the growth is 21% from 331 million Kenya shillings to 402 million Kenya shillings. How did you do with your expenses? I've heard that the organization earned itself an award for good management, and somehow we can see this because your expenses did not shoot as high. The growth in expenses was 8%, from 105 million to 115 million. This is quite encouraging. You can also see the interest on member deposits has grown from 135 to 165. And your dividend has also grown from 16 million to 23 million Kenya shillings. Very good growth. And I can comfortably state that there was growth in the organization. It's not just an assumption or just hearsay or the management trying to praise themselves. And therefore, we encourage you to continue investing more and more. I may want to take a different path from what the guest of honor said when it comes to dividends. Well, we are all allowed to argue out, and as a lawyer, I will always argue out, even with my seniors. And I'll tell you that when you grow when you have high dividends also, it is encouraging. I can see we have many youngsters there. I was very impressed when I saw the under 15s. There are many who are here who've come with their fathers and mothers. I remember I also went with my father for a circle when I was a young man, about 8 years old. And we came all the way from the village and we came to Nairobi. And he brought me to a circle, not knowing that one day I would be an auditor to a circle and even an advocate to some circles. It's very impressive. But now, as you continue aging with time, you notice that you want to invest your money in a place where you'll get your returns for the future. Might have invested in property, might have invested in cows back in the village, but the circle here has given you a privilege of investing up to 1 million shillings where you can put in as share capital. The group you see here as directors, you have a responsibility of putting them to task and tell them, apart from remembering the members who are saving, just like we've been told, the purpose of a SACCO is to save and to give loans. How do you look at the retiring members? Because we don't want you after 65, after your employer is no longer interested in seeing you, and you go home and you don't have a place to get your income coming in. A SACCO should be a place where you can be sure that you'll get your return. If you have invested up to 1 million shillings, you can be sure that the time you leave this place, you have 180,000 Kenya shillings because of the 18% return that you have. Isn't that important for the aging majority, who I can see here? It's very important that you continue saving and saving. Instead of putting your money in the cows there in the village and then all the time you're being told the cows have died or there was a disease, there was a chicken flu that came and swept your whole flock, you're sure that if you put your money in the savings in a SACCO, your money will be there. Remember, again, I'll speak this as an advisor, as an advocate. Remember that when you do your will, your shares in a SACCO can always be used. You can put them in your will so that you can. Okay. Okay. Now, you remember that you can always give the shares that you have put or in a SACCO, you can always distribute them in a will. So nothing bad with investing in share capital. Okay, members? Very good. So now we'll go to our auditor's report. And our auditor's report is on page number 24. And I'll read our opinion. Our opinion as in relation to the accounts. We are stating that we have audited the financial statements of the Nation Savings and Credit Cooperative Society Limited, the society, set out on pages 27 to 43, which comprise of statements of financial position, which we also refer to as a balance sheet, as at 31st December 2022, the statement of profit and loss and other comprehensive incomes, the statement of changes in equity, the statement of cash flows for the year then ended, and the notes to the financial statements, including a summary of significant accounting policies. In our opinion, the accompanying financial statements give a true and fair view of the society's financial position as at 31st December 2022, and of its financial performance and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with International Financial Reporting Standards and the SACCO Society Act number 14 of 2018 as revised. Our opinion is based on the international standards on auditing. We are also free from our responsibility under those standards are further described in the auditor's responsibilities of the audit of the financial statements, and we are independent of the SACCO Society, and we are free in making our opinion. We had key audit matters that we noted, and these mostly were in relation to FIRS number 9, which touches a lot on the financial statements, and it also touches mostly on financial assets and liabilities. And apart from that, the main asset that the organization has is the loan to members, and we made sure that if you look at the key audit matters, we reviewed the loan application policy and the loan agreements. We also classified the loans in compliance with classification policies. We performed credit assessments of sampled loans to ensure that your loans are properly safeguarded and that the financial statements represent a true and fair view, taking into account that provisions have been made. I wish to thank you so much, members, for the 3 years that we have served as your auditors, and we look forward to once again serving you in another period, but we are retiring for this year until another time, as it is the practice according to the SASRA rules and the cooperative rules that are there. We serve for 3 years and then we retire. Other auditors will come in to bring a fresh set of eyes so that we can have proper governance in the organization. But I wish you well in your saving and future endeavors. Thank you very much, members.
Members, remember we had adopted the accounts for discussion. So we want to invite 2 or 3 matters arising from the accounts. Then we go to the next report. Jude? 2 other people? Okay. Jude, go first.
Thank you very much, Mr. My name is 𝗦𝗔𝗖𝗖𝗢. I'm an investor at the Nairobi Securities Exchange. I work for Old Mutual Security. Now, I'd like to point out the same thing that the external auditor has pointed out. That is the statistical information. You've heard him say that that is one of the most important pages in this book. And I'd like to request you, Mr. Chairman, and our CEO and our finance manager, Mollis, to make sure in our next education day, we have covered that page so that when we approve the annual financial report, as many members as possible understand what it is that is contained in that page. Omission of some of the articles in that page, especially like institutional capital, share capital, total delinquent loans versus gross loan portfolio, especially the total delinquent loans and gross loan portfolio, that the members must understand what it entails in the entire business of the circle. Without pointing out industrial problems, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request you to be our brother's keeper. We are in some places where very critical information is omitted in the annual financial report, yet the entire industry is using the same international accounting standards. Those are some of the issues on behalf of the other members elsewhere that you need to point out when you go for meetings at Cusco. Mine is to request you, Mr. Chairman, officially on my own behalf and behalf of these members, you've heard for yourself. We go, this book, by the time the year is ended, hii ina travel mpaka huko cooperative tribunal unaangalia hii kitu inasema nini. But the one for some circles like Nation Circle, it is well presented and it is a benchmark. Without talking too much, Mr. Chairman, what I'm pointing out is the need to educate members. Can we have an education day where that page is covered? Thank you.
There is a question up there.
Sami Waweru here from NMG Editorial. My question I directed to the auditor on the bit of total expenses. I see in the year 2021, the expenses amounted to 105 million and last year was 115. I request for your clarification, Bwana Editor, what led to the increase of the expenses with shillings 10 million? Perhaps maybe you can take us through briefly.
Madam Doreen, we answer that, but I want to appreciate Jude's comment on member education is top-notch, not just on the statistical report, but also on the understanding of our entire business. The second item on roping, we are always doing that, Nyambura, and we will continue doing it. Thank you for that. And I like the fact that as an investor in many segments of this country, you have pointed out that we have set the benchmark in terms of disclosures. So thanks a lot for that, and we will continue engaging. And even as we educate members, I appeal to members themselves to be proactive in learning new things, particularly about our business, because a member education day will come and go, But if you engage in constant education, nowadays I'm seeing a lot of stuff on social media, on personal finance, planning, and things like those. You'll be better off, and it will make such meetings of ours more productive when we are speaking from the same wavelength. Thanks for that, Jude. Doreen, please answer the issue on the expenses.
Sorry.
But I didn't hear you. I'm not sure if you wanted breakdown of some expenses or explanations.
Sorry, let's hear the question again, please. And the name?
Samuel, my question is on the bit of total expenses. I see in the year 2021, the expenses amounted to 105 million. Last year was 115. Perhaps maybe you could give us the clarification what led to the increase of the shillings 10 million expenses, the disparity.
Thank you, Awero. I will not preempt the treasurer, but Bwana Awero, anything below 10% growth in an organization is quite natural given the number of people we have recruited. We talked about the resourcing area and the kind of activities we've had, including having a strategic plan retreat. But let the treasurer answer.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and also for that question. Maybe we can just go to page 38 that shows the breakdown of some of the expenses, especially maybe the ones that might have contributed to that growth that we are talking about. We can go to number 7 is personnel expenses. Maybe if I can just point out that it has grown by, it's one of the expenses that has led to the growth. It has grown by 5 million. And as you have heard, we've gone into SME, we've recruited new staff who are well-versed in those areas. Some of those positions were not existing in the previous year, but because of the strategic direction that we have taken, we had to recruit staff to handle various portfolios and roles that were not existing before. When we go also to the note number 8, which gives a breakdown of the governance expenses, you can see that also that has grown, I think, by slightly over 3 million. The breakdown is shown there. 800,000 for AGM expenses, and then we also have board expenses. Some of it is about training and the allowances, but mostly it is about capacity building for the board members. Then we have marketing. Marketing expenses also grew by 1.8 million, and as you understand, the growth of the SACCO, part of it is dependent on the marketing expenses for looking for new growth opportunities, new members, and just going outside there for member visits. Some of that is captured under the marketing expenses. And as you can see, most of this is towards the future growth of the SACCO, hence that growth in expenses. Thank you.
Thank you. Last question on the accounts, please. There are 2. Those are the 2 last ones we are taking. If there is anything that will be left out, you can engage the management later so that we observe time.
Hello, members. My name is Elijah. And first of all, before I ask my question, I just want to get a bit of clarification on the personnel expenses. So when you look at page 21 on the employees of the SACCO, it says that in 2021, the employees were 21. In 2022, the employees are 22. Yet when you look at the difference, when you go back now to page 38, on the salaries and wages, it rose from 19 to 23 million, which is actually a 4 million difference. So I want to get more clarification, like, did we lose, not lose, sorry, did you hire more qualified staff that actually are paid more? And because there's only a 1 personnel difference on the personnel, as opposed to a 4 million increase in the salaries and wages. And now to my question. That was clarification. I have 2 questions, actually. So the first question is on, let me look for page. Is in page 40. When you look at the loans and advances to members, I want to know, what is the SACCO doing? Because there are 559 accounts that recorded a loss, which is actually an increased loss from 79 to 87, which means that there are more people not paying the loans. So we want to know, what is the SACCO doing to tackle this issue on the loans, so that we avoid having it in future, having people taking loans and not paying. Because I've found that there are some, I'm not exactly sure about here, but there are some places what they do, they take things like securities, and security, like for example, land or what's it called? Or a logbook. It has other expenses other than that, because you find, like, for you to actually sell someone's land, if you give it out as security, you're going to have to hire brokers, you're going to have to hire valuators, and that's going to cost the SACCO more. And even, what I was suggesting, especially on these loans, because I know there's a possibility that these loans are not the ones that we do for the mobile loans, because the mobile loans, I think they usually sometimes deduct it from your savings. I'm talking about the other loans that people take that I think it's around three times your saving. So what security is there for those people? Because I have a feeling that those are mostly the non-performing loans. So what is going to be done to reduce these non-performing loans? Thank you.
Thank you, Erinja, for that. The treasurer will answer you on the issue of non-performing loans. But on the personnel expenses, do not forget there is usually the annual increment to remunerate the team, which continues to do a very good job. So I think the personnel expenses are very well explained. Let the treasurer explain on the non-performing loans. So the difference you see just by one number means, because we are retaining staff, we are also rewarding them more. I hope that satisfies you. Thank you. Proceed, Doreen, with the non-performing loans element.
Okay, maybe just a short comment before I hand over to the CEO for more details. We understand that as you disburse more loans, when you look at the loan portfolio, it has grown. As you disburse more loans, or the absolute or the number of defaulters might go up either marginally or a little bit significantly. But when you look at the percentage, the loan loss percentage, you actually note that it has come down, and we are aware that management and the credit team have put in a lot of effort to ensure that loans are paid, and there are follow-up mechanisms for the defaulters and payment arrangements. We know a lot has been going on in that area, but maybe the CEO can also comment.
Thank you, Chairman. The 559 accounts on the loss category, I remember you're coming from a COVID period, whereby some of the effects were crystallized in the year 2021, 2022. But as the treasurer said, we are following up. This loan may not necessarily be on the mobile loans, not entirely, but people who have lagged behind in terms of the repayment. And our team, we have a remedy team that is very keen to ensure that everyone is following to pay their debts. But also we need to agree that since COVID, quite a number of things have gone wrong, and I think the economy is trying to recover. So these people are following up, and we have a unit that is remedial. that follows debts on a day-to-day basis. So, and actually, even if you check from the finance sector generally, there's been an upward growth improvement in terms of debt recovery. We also pray in that field that private sector was most hit, unlike the government sector, but we can assure you that we are doing everything possible to ensure that the loans are paid. Number two, when you talk about accounts, in case you have 3 loans, those are classified as 3 accounts. So probably the number may not be as big for the members, but in case you have as many facilities, we classify those as different accounts when it comes to the computation of the loan loss. And finally, without having to repeat what the chairman and the treasurer said, we have what you call efficiency ratios when you are dealing with the expenses. If you consider our books, if you look at the efficiency ratios, it has below 30% or 30 cents in a shilling. If you look at what you consume to be able to manage your operations, including staff, and staff is very key. I need to be very bold on this. The total cost to total revenue for staff is less than 9%. The optimal rate is between 10 and 15%. So really, we are still trying to make sure that we bring in good resources. And of course, also sometimes we engage cashiers, whom we not really classify in court as employees. So that's the surge on the personnel expenses. So if you look at your books, they are very balanced. We spend out of 1 shilling that we make around 30 cents to be able to go to business, to pay staff, to pay rent, to pay governance, training. 70 cents goes to business and you members, if you're able to look at the numbers. So in terms of balance, our books are the most balanced. And that can tell the reason why even in terms of liquidity, in terms of top line, we are happy and we can always do better. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Bwana CEO. And thank you, Erinja, for bringing that up. Thank you, Awero and Jude, also for your contributions. There was someone else there, the last one.
Good morning, members. My name is 𝗦𝗔𝗖𝗎𝗢. And even before I bring my point, I want to commend the board for this good gesture. Yenye naona vijana wa starehe wamekuwa sponsored by this very circle. Seeing them seated just in front of me is very gratifying, and we really commend you for that. My point is, I want to bring you to page 22 on the chairman's statement, that item of business overview. The last paragraph, board recommends payment of interest on member deposits totaling 165 million. The interest, the rate, translating to 9.5%, vis-a-vis 9 in 2021, and then 18% on share capital vis-a-vis 15% on 2021. When you go back to page 21, on the statistical information, pale chini operating efficiency, stroke loan quality ratios, rate, interest rate on member deposits 2022 is at 9. Remember the chairman's speech is 9.5. And dividend rate is 15% vis-a-vis the chairman's statement of 18%. We asking for clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. It's good you have noticed like that. We like that keenness. This appears to have not been arrested during the production stage of this booklet, but all internal documents are adjusted. What we are going to do as an AGM, we are going to adopt the report with that amendment. So the secretary will take us through that. And thank you, Patrick, for noticing that. Thank you. Secretary, do we do that now or later? Now.
Yes, as the chairman has said, we are going to approve the accounts with that recommended amendment. We need a proposer and a seconder. We raise this matter. We are approving the accounts with that amendment on that typo.
Yes, Judy has proposed.
Waina has seconded.
Sorry?
Wainaina Kiganya has seconded.
Okay, seconded by Wainaina Keganya. So we are good in matters of accounts. Let's go to Supervisory Committee report. Any matters arising thereon, I think this can be steered by the Chair of Supervisory, Bwana Felix.
So the supervisory report is from page 13. Up to page 16. Any questions? Or I ask a question myself? I'm going to ask if I'm not getting a question. Okay.
Recognize remittance. Ile pesa mtu anaweka kwa banki, ikifika kwa sako, hakuweka the collect ID, hakuweka the collect member number, ina hang. You see, the system we put in place, like Nation Sacco, when you go to deposit in cooperative bank, you're told you must give a member number or a name number. But you see, the system in the bank is not supposed to accept the money in the first place if the details are long. Chairman, will not. Now, my proposal is this. Would it be possible for us to have system integration between cooperative bank, because that is where most of us members deposit our savings and whatever loan repayment, between cooperative bank and Nation Sacco? It is possible. Some Saccos have done it, like Sacco Stima Sacco and Kingdom and Kenya Police. So that problem comes to an end once and for all. And it's also system integration will also safeguard us against money laundering. Because if you're not a member already, you'll not be able to deposit money in Nation Sacco's account.
Thank you. Any other? Do we have anybody up there or down? So I can ask my question. Okay. There. Can he be given the mic there? If you guys don't ask, I will ask. And you will have to answer.
Hi again. Just to follow up on the recommendations and comments on page 14. So the last comment is the recommendations and comments is to utilize the services of debt collectors. I'm assuming that's like in Finlay and this debt collection companies. So I was wondering, instead of like having debt collectors, and yet it's the responsibility of the management to ensure that these loans are well guaranteed. So it beats the purpose of having like debt collectors, because when these loans are guaranteed, let me give you an example of another Sacco, 𝗡𝗔𝗖𝗢𝗢 Sacco. What usually happens is, when you take a loan, you have to have 3 guarantors or 1 guarantor, and that guarantor has to have an equal amount of that money in his account, so that in the unlikely event that this loan is not paid, your guarantor will be able to pay it. Will be forced to, because he's the one that decided to guarantee it. But you see, now when you take a loan alone, you'll have to, these debt collectors are usually very, they're usually very naggy, and it's not usually fair. So it's usually better if these loans are guaranteed, so that you get someone, you can even bring like a family member that will guarantee you the loan. In the unlikely event that you are incapacitated to pay the loan can be paid by the guarantor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Erinja, we didn't get your second name.
𝗦𝗔𝗖𝗖𝗢.
Thank you, Elijah Gachero.
Can we get one from up there? Or it's only Nyambura asking before I ask my question. Nyambura, there's somebody behind you. I'll give him a chance first.
Hamjambo nyote. Mimi ni member wa hii sako, lakini kuna swali tu nataka kuuliza, kwa sababu kama huyo mwenzangu amezungumza hapo mbele, kuna guarantors wawili niligarantii.
Please let's have your name first.
My name is 𝗦𝗔𝗖𝗎𝗢. Can I go ahead?
Proceed.
Sasa niligaranti watu wawili na tayari wameretire kama mimi. I have been talking to the SACCO office. I talked to the highest office in SACCO, lakini sisaidii. Nauliza, mimi najua hawa watu, moja ana matatu box worth 2.5 million. Mwingine ana depot ya kuuza gas pale Juja. I know where they are. Kwani hii SACCO haina guarantor, haina debt collectors, ili wale watu waandikiwe barua, wapewe kama ni 14 days or 7 days, waje mimi wanilive ili niendelee na kusave my shares. Hiyo swali tu.
Thank you. There's one behind Nyambura before Nyambura asks.
Good morning. I'm Lucas Owio. I would just like to ask about two questions. One is on the system upgrade. Currently, based on your investigation and report, could you give us the latest status on the system upgrade? That will be the first question. The second one is also related to the system. I don't know whether members have noticed the transaction costs for handling money through the pay bill number compared to other service providers. I would like to know if there is a step that has been taken to do a comparative analysis on the cost members pay when they want to transfer their money to FOSA or BOSA through other accounts. Thank you.
I can see so many hands on the supervisory committee report. If something has been asked, please do not repeat it. We will be able to address it and be as brief as possible.
Okay, Odiambo. And
I'll just count. We have one hand there, second hand, third hand, and fourth hand. Then we call it across for the supervisory. I've also seen you there. Thank you.
all right, protocol observed, and everyone, how are you? Odiambo, and I have a concern about member engagement in the supervisory report, number 5 and page 15. And really, I don't really think, I think it's just a concern about what you guys do, because I see here you engage in activities and stuff. But for us members, actually, the recruitment, I want to talk about maybe the recruitment, how you people recruited me personally, because I was forced into the circle, and having that, it has been there since, I think, 1975. The way that I was recruited to the circle was not really the right way. And if we can have these member engagement, or maybe have a way of maybe educating members before you recruit them, it would be really better. Right now, I'm a beneficiary, but how I was recruited was really not nice, because I was told I won't get paid if I don't join the circle, which was kind of threatening, and that's why I joined it. But right now, I would say I'm really doing good in it. And so we can really have a nice way, maybe of teaching our members before we recruit them into the circle, and maybe the beneficiaries that they will get, because you don't have just to be recruited and get in to see the benefits in it. So kindly, maybe the members, the board can really look on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Adhiambo. Jude, I'm waiting for the people I appointed to raise their questions. I can be answering Adhiambo's question. Sorry for that, Adhiambo. We will engage in member education, and please, when we invite member education, please attend. The communication that you would not be paid if you did not join the circle possibly came from your employer rather than the circle itself, because we have a check-off arrangement with employers. If that mistake happened, we apologize on their behalf, on our own behalf, and we take your point forward on the need for member education, something that Jude Nyambura and also mentioned, and we had canvassed on it. Thank you.
I think I'm on my feet now, Mr. Monaita. Good morning, members.
Good morning.
As a former member of the Supervisory Committee, Felix, I'm sorry I didn't stand up when you asked that question. Some 15 years ago, I was also a member of this committee. My question has to do with the board practices and processes. You've raised in the recommendation section, I find a very interesting comment there. While we know that the board expenses and incentives are approved by the AGM, we propose a policy to guide how it is done. I mean, ordinarily, I would have expected that under the recommendation, you would have come up with a solution. You're the supervisory, you notice some inconsistencies, because the sentence again goes on, this is to ensure clarity on the issue, as there were some inconsistencies observed during our review. So who is supposed to come up with this policy to ensure that these practices are okay, if the supervisory itself does not give the solution? That's my question.
There, please. Then Felix will respond, and if there are still matters outstanding, if there are questions that have not been answered, they will be taken. The people with the...
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. I'm called Joanne Marende, and I'm asking a question regarding interests. Okay, the interest that is put when we are having advocates to take care of members when they want to use land as security for loan. So sharing my experience, I had to work with advocates that are pre-approved by the circle. But we had advocates who were not pre-approved that were charging low costs. So how can we be educated about that, and we have that information about the advocates and how they were selected and why their costs could be higher than the other advocates in the market? So it's about making the loan affordable for the member. Thank you.
Thank you, John. That one, the 2, 3, then we only take those ones. I think some people are after we pointed out the first 5. But let that gentleman pick, then 1, 2, 3. Thank you. If any other comes up, we will not pick it before we answer those 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is 𝗦𝗔𝗖𝗢, and our supervisory committee chairman asked for questions. I think he didn't expect there are so many. And mine is very brief. It's about these recommendations and comments from the supervisory committee on the loan defaulters. And it's not clear how much you pursue the defaulters. And we know that there's a cooperatives tribunal and court. Are there numbers on defaulters you've pursued, even for custodial sentences? Because that should be a deterrence, actually, for members to stop defaulting on loans.
Thank you, Edward. And welcome. Edward is also our former secretary. Karibu sana. Who is holding the mic? Please, let's be faster.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is John Nganga, and Felix, I would like to ask a question on the loans, that is performing, watching, substandard and doubtful loans. I would like to know whether you actually check whether these loans have been cleared or not. The reason I ask this is because I am a special member at the moment, but I used to be a normal member. And I guaranteed somebody who refused to pay. And with a lot of bitterness, I paid the loan. And when I was leaving the company in 2016, the circle cleared me clearly, and I had already finished clearing the loan. And after that, in 2017 and 2018, I took a loan and I self-guaranteed myself. Unfortunately, in 2020, the same loan that I had, the same loan defaulter that I had paid, resurfaced again. And up to this moment, I cannot guarantee myself to the fullest. So my question is, do you really check whether these loans have been cleared by the defaulters? How did the loan that I had cleared, and I have all the documents, resurface again? And Mr. Chairman, to you, is it possible for you to be issuing certificates once somebody has cleared a defaulter's loan so that such a thing does not happen again? So in your supervisory committee, maybe some of these laws, 559, I'm positive maybe that loan is counted there, yet I cleared it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bwana Chair, mine is a quick one. It's about acquiring loans for...
Name,
property.
please.
Waweru here.
Sam Waweru.
Once again, in case maybe someone wants to acquire a loan for property, is it 5 times the savings or 4 times the savings? Perhaps maybe you can clarify on that, sir.
Last question there. And I feel like we are digressing outside the supervisory committee report, and that's the one we were addressing now. Please proceed.
Okay, my name is Pamela. It's just an observation. When a member is taking a loan, you are asked to give a reason why you're taking that loan. And when I say I'm going to do business, I'm told I'm supposed to present a business plan. So I don't know, sometimes I feel like I thought saying that I'm doing the business is enough. So I don't know whether it's a legal requirement that you have to really show an elaborate plan as to why or which business is this that you're coming up with. And then on the element of defaulters, it makes us a bit reluctant in the sense that I don't know if there are any other measures that the board is going to take to ensure that they deal with these defaulters, because I can imagine some of the people who've defaulted on loans and are guaranteed are people who can be seen just walking scot-free, not because they cannot pay the loan, but I'm just wondering, are there extra efforts that are being made to deal with these defaulters, and who truly is a defaulter? Because some of those people, I think they can repay their loans without punishing these other people who guarantee them. Thank you.
Thank you. I've had a lot of questions on loan appraisal and defaulters. I will spare the chair of the supervisory team from answering those ones. I will let the CEO answer very briefly, but then the chair of the supervisory team will respond, particularly on the suggestions that they are there. Some of them are good. I like the suggestion of a certificate, and there might be have been an omission in that particular case. So I would invite you to visit the office when you are able with the documentation you have. And sorry for that. If we did, that's what's happened. Thank you. Bwana CEO, then Felix.
Thank you, Chairman. I will address those issues to do with the loans default in general terms. The services of a debt collector, we've been there before, and we opted to have an internal remedy unit that was more effective. The debt collectors do corrections for all the sectors, insurance firms, banks, and other people giving money. So the effectiveness was not very good, so we were resorting to doing to have an internal, to strengthen an internal remedy unit. But also let me say this. The moment you guarantee your loan is just you're entering into a contract that in case party A defaults, I take it upon myself to pay. And that's why that is what all of us signs on that loan application. In case you give a collateral, a vehicle, you are saying in case I default on this facility, then I'm ready to give over. However, we know that some of the circles in our sector ordinarily offset the members' deposits. So in case 3 people have guaranteed you, assuming 300,000 shillings, and you default, we come at the cut the entire amount of what you deposit. We find that very cruel. Of course, unless somebody passes on, and as long as you are in this town, and with the help of the CRB, we find it good for us to do follow-ups ourselves. And sometimes, in the case we are paying for somebody a facility that is defaulted, and you know them, sometimes your speed or speed may not rhyme, may not go out in hand, because remember, we are law-abiding, we are corporate. You may not be able to go arresting everybody on the street. But you may have to follow a certain route, including the corporate tribunal, which is a bit slow, negotiations, which is a bit, again, sometimes it may take some time. We are going to deduct 2 members' loan on our worst-case scenario, I would say that. But then again, also, it becomes very effective if in case you join hands with us, with our remedy unit, to be able to follow the people who have, that are somewhere, and it has worked. We've written letters to corporates. We followed up some people through where they live with the OCSs and all the other legal enforcing officers, and it has worked. The charge comes to you when you want us to do it tomorrow or yesterday, because again, the team has a way of doing debt follow-ups. On the issue of systems updates, transaction cost, those who have been very keen is that after the last year's EGM, we did a review in the market, and we actually cut most of the transaction costs by actually even up to 50%. So unless maybe there's a very specific item, which probably you can get to office and let us know. And now the CBK and actually waived most of the transaction costs after COVID. Now they are back. So it's good that you go and also compare, because the circles and the purview of the society regulatory, that's ASRA, that was not done. So things remained as they were. The systems upgrade, we've been having the system since the last 5 years, and we think it's item that we do an upgrade. Doing a system upgrade is usually very massive, and it requires a lot of attention, it requires a lot of keenness, and there's need for you to come up with what you call business requirement to be able to serve the clientele. So with the approval of the budget, you'll be able to go to the market to check what can be able now to serve us in maybe the next 5 years. Things are changing very fast in the market. I think those are the questions I wanted to address as regards the issue of loans. Unless there is a question that I have not addressed, Chairman, in general. Sorry, the issue of the advocates. Like last year, we did a pre-qualification. I think there are a man of people in the market, and I'm not insinuating anything, but we look at people who understand the SACCO sector, who have worked with us for some time. We have 3 advocates at one time. Our SACCO does not deserve us to get like 100 lawyers, getting a panel like the banks. So we want to work with guys who are able to clearly for our issues on a day-to-day basis. Unless there's, and I think we have 2 bankers here, that's Bank and DTB. They are partners, they can confirm. You cannot compare what they charge, and I'm not, on a light note, with what our lawyers charge. So, but in case there's any issue that we need to address, in case regarding the charges, I think that should be addressed. I've seen most of the cases whereby the lawyer does work at the RAD registry, payment of rates, going to the RAD board, because we are sitting in the office, we are not very keen to go and do that work. So now, the lawyer, of course, will charge those as disbursements, for example. But sometimes they will give you an option. If you want to go and follow the land office to do the to do the search, the bank rates, sometimes you opt not to do that. And I think that's why sometimes maybe the cost is a bit high. And finally, on the reconciliations is usually an ongoing process. You can never, at one point in time, where you have 100% fully accounts reconciled. And I'll give a very good example. At least we partnered with our many bankers, who are a co-bank. The moment you go to deposit money in our account at the moment, they will require you to make a disclosure and address the account that you want to deposit the money in. That has become easy over time. But sometimes the agencies is where people go deposit money, but there is no clarity. In fact, people write the names of the person who is backing the money, not the members themselves. And you realize that now that account can continue ballooning over time. But then again, it's a work in progress. Atambo is here, we've been working with them in the office. And we try as much as possible, including releasing messages to you members to check in case you've deposited the money in our account and your account is not reconciled. Case in point is PesaLink. The moment you pay money through PesaLink, I think that integration is not very effective. We are not able to tell from our end who has deposited the money. The information is very scanty. So it means that your account has not been updated. So anytime you push your money through PesaLink, please reach to our FOSA or the finance office so that they can check and update. Because I think that's one area that the banks may be running to compete with the Safaricom in terms of the integration. I think in terms of service provision, they were not able to get the narrations right. So I think that's it for me, Chairman.
Okay, so before I answer the questions, I will ask mine first. So the first question is, how many people participated in the elections that we had? By a show of hands. Okay, then a follow-up to that. How many people were aware we had elections? How many? How many got notification? How many did not get? How many don't know? Because I can see people not lifting their hands, not anything. Yeah? Now, I want to take the heat on you guys. I'm not going to be very nice so that we know what is happening. We've been told we are a 3 billion SACCO. That is money we are talking about. If you are walking in the streets of Nairobi and you have your 2000 phone like mine, you will not want to be snatched that phone. So you will not take phone calls in the streets of Nairobi. Yeah? You have a 3 billion SACCO and you don't know about it. You are just there. That is not how we are going to grow this SACCO. Yeah? When you are invited to participate in SACCO events, you are advised to participate so that you understand. Yes, as supervisory, we are your representatives. But only few people reach out to us when there are issues. Somebody has said he knows where the people he guaranteed work. Has he shared that information with anybody? No, of course you wait for the AGM. And we have the whole year to interact with you. The role of the supervisory SACCO is your eye if you have anything you need to be given to them, or anything that need to be looked at, you talk to them. And then, because we represent you in the board. Yeah, we supervise the management board. The reason I'm saying this is because only 70 people, for example, voted from the Taifa group. Yeah? Is it the Taifa? 70 out of a big number. And they're the majority in that group, even in the circle. So whom are you leaving that circle to be run with? Because elections, it's your forum for electing the people who will represent you in the board. And then you don't participate. When things go wrong, you will complain. Let us take this circle seriously. Let's not just take it that there are people there. We are human beings. Yeah? And human beings and money, you know, right? So there must be vigilance at all times. I have been with you guys for over 10 years plus. Yeah? And we've gone through leaps and bounds. I'm not happy that up to this point, there are some people who don't understand our financial statements. And that cannot continue like that unless you are involved in the processes. When we wrote about member engagement, you know, when we are writing our report, we have a few pages. But what are we saying? We are saying you must be involved. We are tasking the management board to ensure that they do everything to make sure you are there, so that we don't end up in a situation where people are helpless. There should be clarity at all times, so that you don't feel your money is disappearing here, disappearing there. Yeah? So that I felt I had to bring out, because I was very, very much upset when I saw the people who participated in the elections. It's as if we did have elections. Yeah? So it is important you participate. You create time and look at your investment. It is an investment, give it time. So now I can answer your questions, because I had to get it off my chest. Yeah, I think Judy, you talked about the integration with the COP Bank. That I think has been done. The majority of the issues we are having here are maybe from M-Pesa, and not M-Pesa, sorry, the historical issues, Jacob. I think you will touch more on that. George Buru, on the people, you know where they are. You need to reach out to the circle. Yeah? Don't just boil out there. Come to the circle, you let the circle know where they are, and they will be traced, and some action will be taken. At the Ambo, I think I've talked as much, and the marketing team has also heard. So we had the same feeling that we need to make our membership engagement more robust, so that it is more fruitful. I normally feel very bad when people, you know, refer the circles, and I'm just seated there trying to sell Nation Circle, and they feel like we are not really, you know, you feel bad, but what do you do? So let's do more, all of us. On the board practices, what we do is to highlight issues that may bring problems. So my former colleague, as you know, supervisory don't sit in the management. We don't do the day-to-day. So ours is to recommend what needs to be done. Of course, what we don't present to the AGM are the response that we get from the management, but we got their feedback. There's something that will be done. What we were actually highlighting is that there should be clarity across board, so that even if you were to walk into the board yourself, you have some clarity. So there's no, you know, gray areas. But of course, in the development of the policies, we are involved as the whole board. So we point out issues and then we work on them together. I think for Mushai, that has been responded to about how we pursue the defaulters. It's just that the whole issue of defaulters is a civil issue. And even if you were to take somebody to court and they tell the court that I'm only able to afford to pay 100 bob per month, that is what will be entered into the judgment. And there's very limited thing we can do. So you need to know the people you are guaranteeing. You also help. It's a both-way thing. If you know where they are, if you can locate them, you just point it out so that they are also pursued. Let's not have this feeling that it's the circle to pursue these people. We don't live with them. We don't know where they are. Yeah? I guaranteed somebody and he did the same. He just moved the houses. So where I knew he was staying, he moved to another location. I met him one day in the streets and then asked him. Then he said, no, what? But you see, you don't have all the time to go chasing people across town. So it is responsibility of all of us. On the loan classification, those are statutory classifications, but I think your recommendation that we have a certificate is welcome. And such are issues. If you have an issue, don't wait for time. Like if an issue is raised with you, if the management has not satisfactorily served you well, you can come to the supervisory team, we pick up the issue and pursue it to conclusion. So don't wait for the issue until the end of the year. The work of the supervisory team is your eye. And a part of our business is to ensure that if you have challenges that you feel are not being adequately addressed by the SACCO, we pursue it on your behalf and we ensure it is done. Yeah, on the loan, whether it's 5 times or 4 times, that one will be answered by... And also Pamela's issue of business plan. So, yeah, so I think my bit is done. And I hope, Nyambura, what do you want me to say? My ears are not very sharp.
Need to point out something in the Societies Act that Nation SACCO has been overlooking in loans. Now, in fact, the last time I took an emergency loan in December, I practically had to photocopy that page and attach it to my application. Listen, tafadhali. There's this young man who talked about what Nation SACCO is doing about defaulters. In the Societies Act 2008, 36, A and B, you have authority to take somebody's share capital, share deposit, dividends, and interest. Right now, I have loan arrears. Tukitoka hapa, interest na dividends itatoka. Nation SACCO has not blocked me. How? You are supposed to have blocked me well in advance. Number 2, Hutu kama ako Hutu hiyo article kwa Societies Act inamaanisha mtu kama ako amedefault for 90 days, lakini amedefault 50,000, lakini ile akaunti yake ya share deposit iko na 100,000, usiende kwa galanta. Kwanza chota hiyo pesa yako for those 90 days. The next 90 days, akidefault tena, hiyo ndio sasa tutaongea kama saa ile pesa yake iko zero, you settle the loan with that person's assets. Ikisomba zero, ndio sasa tutajadiliana. Sasa tuende kwa galanta. Let me tell you people, there'll be no SACCO kwa hii Kenya yenye haitakuwa na galanta, kwa sababu kudisperse ile loan lazima ukuwe na galanta. Ukihalas galanta unamfukuza kwa loan kwa SACCO. Mimi nataka dividend ya 20%. Mimi ndio nitakuwa hapa nikiambia Mollis hapa kwa mkutano na kwa ofisi, Mollis interest ni 10%. Atatoka wapi?
Point taken, Nyambura.
Yes.
Point taken.
Stop harassing galantas, tafadhali.
Madam Domitira.
Nyambura, that's the best. Shorter from my things, and then let me be zero. Okay, my question is this. Felix has really talked with sympathy. As a mother, I've really felt about the elections. Is it possible maybe to choose a day convenient to most of us? Some of us are retired. There are young ones we are bringing up who are on duty. Now, if she's in cells and she has gone to industrial area, and that's the time she's supposed to be voting, she won't open up the phone to start voting. So can the management think of a voting day maybe to be a Saturday? That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Josephine, I want to cross this with you. I will not take any other.
Sir Josephine Nyaboke Nyabera. I was commenting or adding to what Muse has said. I personally, I spoiled all my WhatsApp messages because of the Zoom. I'm suggesting also, if you can raise or put a day like this, as my sister said, so that we can vote. I raised my hand until I was tired, and I was not given a chance. So you cannot tell us that we never voted. We did, and we were not given a chance, and I'm not happy.
Okay, okay, finally.
Thank you, Josephine. The Elections Board will be giving its report later.
Yeah,
we take those comments that on selection of the day, possibly, the system, it's still a running point. This was our first election, remember, using the system. We are going to improve with time. Let's appreciate the progressive steps we are making. At least we have started, and we will eventually get there. Felix, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, so what I wanted to say is that the election policy came out of a membership engagement forum, yeah? And only few people, again, were there. So if such issues are brought up, you need to be involved even at that point. The issues of elections, yes, that is noted, and the chair has correctly pointed. It has to be worked on so that everybody has a chance. Yeah, we have to agree as members that this is our election policy. And that was agreed in some previous forum. We have to work on the improvements, but you must be involved. Let's not leave it to a few members and then we come here and complain about that. So if there were any issues that arose, that will have to be audited and improvement have to be effected. I'm just requesting members to ensure that that is done. Yeah? The supervisory committee and the board are only 12 people plus the management. But all of us, when you see anything that can be improved, bring it up and highlight it. Thank you. God bless you. God bless Nation Sacco.
Thank you, Felix. Pana Secretary, I assume that's approved. Okay, I want to test in Nyambura's position, and I'll propose it as a resolution we adopt it now. We all clapped that if you guarantee me a loan and I default, I cut what you are guaranteed from your savings. How many are for that? So from now on, going forward, if you are guarantor and the person you are guaranteed defaults, your savings will be cut. No, I'm coming. Now, Nyambura, let's proceed. Just reason. I'm taking it step by step. Now, just hold on. How is what you have supported not harassing guarantors?
I'm with you on all that. Tutakata ya defaulter, alafu tukata ya guarantor. I'm pointing out, Nyambura, you are a member and you are also a guarantor. you could also be unfortunate. The CEO explained this very clearly, that we have looked at all those options and found the most accommodating option, which is working for us. If you look at the reports we have today, our bad debt portfolio dropped from 10 point something to 9.4 or 9.6 or thereabouts. You have the books, eh? So it's something we are working on. I want you to tell you the difficulty, the practical difficulty of doing what you are proposing. Your savings are possibly guaranteed by other people. Is that correct? Yes. When you chop your savings, what is left to guarantee the roles of those other 5 people? That is food for thought. It looks very easy when we say chop. But it means the circle will end up with our own portfolio that is not guaranteed at all, except with security. So what we should be saying here, Nyambura, you have made your point, and I'm looking at it now from the board perspective. The board perspective is, if you come up with that resolution, it will require us possibly to have all loans, either self-guaranteed or backed by collateral. What will that do to our new members who are starting life and they have no collateral at all? We must think from a broader perspective. It's easy to say chop. I'm also for chop. But what does it do for the broader business? That's the question we should be asking ourselves. I don't want the answer today. We are not doing the solution today. But think about it broadly, not with the fact that you are feeling hurt as a defaulter, has not paid money and you are suffering, and it's also hurting the circle. But if we follow that model, which is in the cooperative act, Nyambura has quoted, we will end up giving money which is not supported by any guarantees. That's food for thought, and it's something I want us to postpone from today. Let's engage on it in various forums, member education forums, and with that in mind, just reflect on, around it. It's not as simple as do this or do that. That's the insight I wanted to bring across. Let's think about it broadly. If we say we just chop, it will end up disadvantaging the circle. For instance, our savings and loans are almost as par, 2 billion, isn't it, Jacob? So suppose we say every defaulter, we chop. The assets we are talking about, we end up going to around 500. So the mitigation measures are better informed and prudent for the circle than the drastic measures that we have all crabbed for. That's the advice I'm giving you as the chair of the board, but it's a discussion. Let's continue having it. And we have a very good management team, which is well appraised of the benchmarks. For instance, a private sector circle, for us, we rely on Madam Domitira, myself, people who voluntarily bring their money to the circle because they are not on checkoff. Unlike government circles, their default rate is between 2.2% and 5%. Why? Every government employee must pay a loan to a government circle, isn't it? Take the converse of us. Nation circle, we are at 9.4% or around there. The average for private sector circles, I'm going to surprise you now, is between 14% and 17%. We are doing better by almost half. Yet they are doing the drastic measures you are saying. Why are they not succeeding? Where we are succeeding without taking the drastic measures. Basically, that's where everything and every decision we make and every action we take on the impact it will have on a circle. Let's not look at Munaita's individual accounts or Waina's individual account or Moshai's. Maybe I want to have a defaulter cleared of my books. But if we take that drastic route, we will end up weakening our circle further.
I close with that, and let's not have the discussion on it, but reflect on what I've said. I know it's something we will continue discussing in upcoming AGMs. Thank you. Bwana Secretary.
The next item will be to approve the budget, which is the last bullet in item number 2.
Sorry, there's an item that has been outstanding here for a while. Under the spirit of cooperation among cooperators, one of our SACCOs, fellow SACCOs, rather based in Kajiado, has come to see how we do things. I will not call it benchmarking because that we would suggest we are better than them. We are not. It's in the spirit of learning from each other. I would request the team from Acumen SACCO, led by Mr. 𝗦𝗔𝗖𝗢𝗢, to stand up and introduce themselves, and we appreciate them. Mr. 𝗦𝗢𝗢. 𝗦𝗢𝗢𝗢 and your team. Get the mic to him, please.
Washirika wenzangu hamjambo. I think I'm more here as a member of Nation SACCO than Acumen, but I wear both hats. I'm also in Acumen, where I'm the chairman, and I think I'll give this opportunity to our CEO and one board member who accompanied us to make their comments. Thank you.
Hamjambo Nation SACCO. Yeah, my name is Violet Wakabi. I'm a board member, Acumen SACCO. And we have come to learn from you. We look to you as our elder, is it sister or brother? As our elder sibling, I will say. And we have a lot to learn from you. We have learned from you in the past, and we continue to learn from you. And keep up the good work you're doing. God bless you, Asanteni.
Good morning, members. Habari zenu. My name is Moses 𝗦𝗢𝗢, CEO Acumen SACCO. I'm very happy to be here to learn from you. We've learned so much from Mr. Kimathi and the team, and we will continue learning from Nation SACCO. Our aspiration is also to get to the same level or even surpass Nation SACCO. We are very young as a SACCO. We are 15 years. Compared to Nation, which is, I think, around 40, 45 there. So we have a long way, but we are very hopeful that we'll be able to learn so much from you and also translate the same to our members. So thank you so much for the invitation, and we continue to be together. Asanteni.
Hamjambo. My name is Aiden, and I am a junior member. I have a bank account.
Asanteni sana, and like the CEO says, and like the chairman said, ours is in the spirit of cooperation amongst cooperatives, and we believe we have a lot to learn from Nation SACCO. We had our AGM on Saturday. A lot of comparisons to make here. The interest on deposits is 9.5, as we could only manage 5. So we still have a long way to go. Our shares dividend was 15%, here we are doing 18. There we are not doing very badly, but we'll keep coming back to Nation for learning. And ours is a community-based SACCO, unlike Nation, which is more of employer-based. So a lot of learnings to make so many similarities with the issues that are being raised here, and we'll say ushirikiano huu uendelee na Mungu awabariki nyote.
Thank you, 𝗦𝗢𝗢𝗢 and the team. We have our partners who are being represented here today by very senior members. I will just request them to stand wherever they are and they wave. We say hi to them. Mr. James Sogoti of NMG. Let's clap for Sagoti. We have Mike Ongoge of Royal Media Services. Let's clap for Mike Ongoge. Winnie Kitura of Scan Group. Also Irene Karaoke of Scan Group and Haron Kiari of Scan Group. Let's appreciate them. We introduced CIC at the very beginning, but on the last page, there is an and there, what we call a message. We are used to calling it an and, about CIC. They have paid for that space in order to support our AGM in the spirit of partnership. So thanks a lot, CIC. And just before that, you'll be sampling some of their items later, NASCOs. NASCOs are on the page just before the notes. They've also supported us for that. Let's clap for them. And as Waina and the Acumen team have said, let's continue cooperating. Thanks a lot to our partners. Bwana Secretary, on the budget.
I'm going to remind all of us that we are doing very badly on time, but we can be able to rush the remaining bits. Let's approve the budget. We need a proposal and a seconder to approve the budget unless any glaring. Yes? No, we adopted at the beginning, remember? So now we are approving. I need a proposal and a seconder.
My name is Paul Udoto. I propose.
Thank you, Paul. Seconder.
Name is Yusuf Washira. Seconder.
Yusuf Washira. Thank you. Thank you, Yusuf. I think we are done with that bit. If there is anything to clarify on budget, the treasurer is here.
Yeah, matter arising from the budget.
Chair, with your permission, I'd just like to make a request for a correction in one of the CapEx line items. That is the house purchase, that is the office buildings. Remember the last AGM we had asked for 150 million. So that is supposed to be 150 million instead of 125 million. It is minuted in the last AGM's minute, sorry.
There's a matter arising.
Just on the budget on the line on software, I was thinking it's important also to consider a CRM as part of the improvement. Because anytime we write emails, you don't know whether it's been received. There's no proper way probably of tracking the correspondences. I think it will help in service delivery with the members and also make it easy for the back-end office and management to track and close issues in a timely manner.
Name, please.
Frank Wanjala.
Frank Wanjala, and thank you, Wanjala, for that. The solution we are looking at includes CRM and very many other modules that will make our work easier. Thank you. It had been approved and seconded, so we go now to the appointment of auditors. Treasurer, you are guiding us through that, the appointment of auditors. Or the CEO.
Thank you, Chairman. We procure the services of the auditor on an annual basis, and the current auditor, Kamora Mangi, their term has come to an end. So what we do to make our work easier is that the audit committee usually does the vetting. Like now, last time we pre-qualified, we picked 5 firms whom we went through, settled on 3, visited them, got their proposals, and we recommended one of them called Buyer and Associates to be our auditor in the year 2023. financial records, to audit our financials. So, Chairman, we are presented to members the auditor who was ranked first, Bayer and Associates, who is regulated by ISPAC, is a practitioner, has a certificate by ISPAC and also approved by SASRA. So thus, we propose Bayer and Associates to the members for approval. So you need a proposal and a seconder. Mrs.
Mr. Chair, I can propose.
Thank you so much. I remember in the last AGM we said you read for us how many applied and then how you came, you chose one. We can't just take one before you tell us how many had applied for the post. Am I wrong in asking that question? Members?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam. Mr. Muse, so you know what we do is that we look at so many things when we are putting for application. We got quite a number. We issued 375, which the audit committee chair is Karuma is not here, but Gesangi Charles can confirm and Peter Ngari can confirm. They practically visited the 5 firms. No, there were 5 firms who got to what you wanted, then they picked 3. That is Bayer and Associates, Creston KM and Auditors, and Henry Smith and Company. Let me say these members. We require good service of an auditor. We not just pick from the floor. That's why you physically visit to get coded for money. So I can assure you that you will not take shortcut to get a short auditor to be able to do that work. So is that okay, Mr. Muse?
That is correct. Thank you. But you had just told us Bayer without telling us the other 2. So we are not doubting you. We just wanted you to follow the correct thing and tell the members the correct thing. Now you have spoken. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So with that, I think Madam Momuse has seconded. Someone had proposed back there.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Mbogu Nganga. I had proposed.
Karibu Nganga. Thank you. And Madam Momuse, Mbogu Nganga, and Madam Momuse, thank you. We are in agreement. Before anything comes here, there is adequate due process and everything. The verification bit is there if anyone is interested. Only that we think in the interest of time, we need to give members something that is distilled. Also note, your approval of an auditor is what gives us the go-ahead to go and negotiate with them on the cost of the service. So there is still another step to be taken. And if there is a challenge, we will come back to members for that. Okay, before we go to the AGM resolutions, I've just remembered, I did not ask whether there were matters arising from the chairman's report. I think we got mixed up with the guests and everything. So is there a matter arising from the chairman's report? It had been adopted for discussion. I answered one question. Nyambura, I can see you. I can see another person there. The third up there, do you have a third? We will take only those 2, Nyambura and there.
The matter arising on my side is to thank Molly's, our CEO and our chairman. We were here last time making noise about 9% interest. We can see we have improved. Asante sana. We are going to 10% as we agreed. Yeah?
But you've heard we are being advised to go lower so that we improve the service. Thank you, Nyambura, for that compliment. We will keep working to make sure everything we are better off year on year. Thank you. The other question was here.
Yeah.
Kelvin. Yes, please.
Yes, Peter, this is Henry. I hope you remember me. It's strange you can't remember my name.
Henry Owo.
Yes.
Maybe it's eyesight that is failing me. Forgive me for that.
Maybe your eyesight. I'm a close friend of the cooperative. I'm always there. Now, I've been reading this thing for years from the time when I was a young man. And this, every year we are stuck on 9%. Sometimes we go down. And now we are, at least it's a good effort that we are going to 9.5. And you know very well this is a major incentive for people who join the cooperative, because right now we have opened it to everybody. Now, is it possible, if you could let us know, what are the steps you're going to put in? Because we should, or more than that, which are the steps you're going to put in to make sure that we jump to 10? Because this will be free advertising to other people to join. Because I'm not only a member here, even today there's another big cooperative is meeting where I'm a member. And there's always a war there. I hope you know which one. Now, here, as our guest said, we are always very peaceful because of the good management by Mr. Qimathi and yourself and the other management committee. But now this is an area we need to work on. So can you please tell us what are the steps you're going to make sure that we jump to 10 from 9.5? Thank you.
Thank you. I know few of us will remember 2010 at the Ore Family Basilica when we were starting the journey of complying with SASRA. We agreed the circle will pursue a conservative dividend policy. And that year, Henry used to be almost my desk mate. You remember a lot of noise was made. Members were dissatisfied. Actually, we paid 5%. Do you all remember that time? 5%. So we have been balancing between compliance, giving returns to members while growing the business. From my statement, you can see that we feel now we have hit a good solid ground. The main areas left with the coming strategic plan is investing in resources and systems to help us deliver better services to you. I think we've approved the budget and all those things are there. So with time, the auditor has emphasized it, Jude has emphasized it. We will keep balancing, but I think we are ending towards there. And we are not looking at just that 10. If we can eliminate the 0 after 1, we want to be better off, isn't it? So let's keep working together as a team, increase our savings. We have money to invest here and there, and then with that, we will see where it takes us. But it will take all our efforts to balance between those 3 items. And the board is very committed to making sure that you get higher returns year on year, or the most appropriate returns based on the business environment. Thank you. Mr. Mbogua, the managing editor of the People Daily, karibu sana. We are happy you have already participated in proposing. We recognize your presence. Asante. Bwana Secretary, so the matters arising from the chairman's report have been canvassed. Thank you.
Okay, Chairman. The next item now is to go through the board resolutions. This board has recommended the following resolutions. 1, which will be to renew a resolution we always have had, to retain borrowing powers at Kenya shillings 400 million. Resolution 2, to pay eligible members interest on their deposits, which you also refer to as rebates, at a rate of 9.5%, and dividend on shares at a rate of 18%. The next resolution, which the treasurer had alluded to, we will be renewing or seeking a resolution to purchase the office at a cost of 150 million Kenya shillings. The next resolution is to retain the society bankers as Coop Bank, Diamond Trust Bank, Standard Chartered Bank, and Equity Bank. Then the last but not least, we will be proposing you allow us to purchase Class A cooperative bank shares. So I'll repeat the resolutions first. One is to retain borrowing powers at 400 million. Two, to pay eligible members deposit or interest on deposits, that is also the rebates. The rate is at 9.5% and dividends on shares at 18%. The other resolution is to purchase SACCO property for the office use at Kenya shillings 150 million. The next resolution is to retain the society bankers, and these are Cooperative Bank, Diamond Trust Bank, Standard Chartered Bank, and Equity Bank. Then the final resolution there is we intend to buy Class A Cooperative Bank shares.
Thank you, Bwana Secretary, for reading through those resolutions. Before I call a proposer and a seconder, I would want to invite any questions on the resolutions. If there is any, I will point out that item 1 is a standing resolution, is the same one we had last year, so there is no change. Item 3, there is a change because of the rates involved, but this is what is called an appropriation area, so it needs approval of the AGM. Item 4, the purchase of SACCO property. We passed it last year, but we haven't been able to move forward because we are still standing the budget, so we are the market, so we are still keeping it there. The bankers are already in place, but AGM passing this helps us ensure that Munaita and the CEO cannot go and open a Nation SACCO account somewhere. You've seen these things happening. See wow. So it keeps us safe that all the accounts that we have with various bankers are approved by the SACCO, by the AGM. And the buy of Class A cooperative bank shares is because we need to look for high return areas for investment in the spirit of diversification. And we have realized the Class B shares of cooperative bank that trade at the stock exchange fluctuate a lot. So it would be a more risky bet for the SACCO. So we are proposing that you give us authority to consider purchase of Class A cooperative bank shares, which are kind of regulated by Coop Bank Holdings. For those who don't know about cooperative bank, it's 70% owned by SACCOs. Only 30% is traded at the stock exchange. So if we go to buy Class A shares, we will be looking for SACCOs that are looking to offload theirs, either over the counter or through treaty sale, so that we broaden our income earning streams in view of the way we had indicated earlier, that the market is very fluid. So it's something that gives us long stability while ensuring members continue getting more value for their money in the SACCO. Those are the explanations. If there is no question, I would invite a proposer and a seconder. Yes, Kumba.
Thank you, Chairman. I know you have attempted to explain Class A and B. Not all of us may know. Maybe for avoidance of doubt, you can be explicit on what are Class A shares and what are Class B. Number 2, from the board perspective, what is your observation about the activity at Equity Bank and us retaining them as our banker?
I'm not sure I got you, Kumba.
In regard to the Class A and B shares?
Yes.
A little more clarity on which one are Class A shares. Are they the 70% or the 30%? Which are Class B shares?
Yeah, Class B is the 30%. 70% is the Class A, which is held by Coop Holdings, and in turn, Coop Holdings is owned by SACCO and other societies, by SACCOs and other societies.
Yes, the second question is, there activities, especially in the social media about Equity Bank. What is your position and us retaining them as bankers, our bank?
I'm not aware of any activity in the social media regarding Nation Circle, and I was shy to comment on social media activity on our rivals and competitors because we don't have anything of issue to go by. Sometimes these things can be very isolated. We also notice in our discussions here, one case can be taken to represent the whole. So until we have full information, let's avoid going that route, Bwana Kumba. Thank you. I now need a proposer and a seconder for the resolutions. The cooperative officers around us to approve them as a unit rather than one by one. Proposer at the back, thank you. Dorothy Kweyu, I think.
I propose.
Thank you, Dorothy. Seconder. Samuel Kumba has seconded. Thank you. Thank you all for helping us conduct the business in a timely manner. There's a lawyer among us. They say time years instead of timely. They will educate us why. I now want to give the floor to the chairman of the nominations board, Mr. Kadhorima, to take us through the next stage and to present their report on the elections that we had. There were a couple of issues regarding the elections. That's why we did not talk about them, because the nominations committee, which is independent, is here to talk about that. If there's no mic near you, there is actually. Bwana Kadhorima.
Sorry, allow me to address you seated. Good afternoon, members. I happen to serve in the nomination committee together with the other members. The CEO serves as the secretary and other management. I think the internal auditor is also part. We also have a legal representative from the law firm that represents the society. This year, we had a number of positions that were declared vacant. From NMG, we had one vacancy. That is NMG Broadcasting. We had NMG Plant, one vacancy. Mwananchi, one vacancy. And Taifa, two vacancies. That is in respect to the board. And we had 3 vacancies in the supervisory committee. You realize that this number is higher than normal. You are all aware that a few years ago you embarked on changes in your electoral policy to allow for bigger representation or representation of all the members, because there are different categories. So this implementation of the changes has been taking effect from, 2 years ago. We've gone the full cycle, being the 3rd year. This now has allowed the full representation in the board and the supervisory committee. That is why this time the number is slightly bigger than you would expect, because ordinarily the expectation is that 1/3 of the board and 1/3 of the supervisory committee retires every year. So in the board, the expectation is 3 positions will be falling vacant every year, and 1 vacancy in the supervisory committee. But because there was need to implement this policy fully, being the 3rd year of the transition, that is why it was necessary that all these positions be subjected to elections. So the nomination committee did invite applicants for these positions, and members were accorded sufficient time. Part of what we were looking at is basically members who meet the criteria set out in your bylaws. If you look at what the bylaw says, you should have been a member for at least 3 years. You should not be a board member in another cooperative society or SACCO society licensed under the Act. You should hold a minimum of a diploma, that is education. Be a member of good standing, that is you're paying your loans and monthly contributions. And then you also patronize FOSA services, because this is one of the products the society is offering. So the expectation is that members are able to utilize the services that are provided and products that are offered by the SACCO society. So out of all those vacant positions, we received very few applicants. That is one of the observations we made. After a vetting, for NMG, one person was cleared against the vacancy. NMG, plant, one person was also cleared. Mwananchi, one person was cleared against the single vacancy there. Then for Taifa, we had 2 applicants who were vetted and cleared to contest against the 2 positions. For Supervisory, we had 2 applicants for NMG, and this covered all the zones of NMG. There were 2 applicants, but the required number in that case was 1. Mwananchi, we had 1 who was cleared against the 1 vacancy. And for Taifa, 2 candidates were cleared to contest a single vacancy in that particular electoral zone. So basically, the 2 areas where we were supposed to conduct elections are for supervisory positions in respect to NMG and Taifa. The rest of the positions, they went unopposed. So for the purposes of this meeting, we'll expect confirmation in their respective positions. For elections, we also noted that the turnout was not as good as we expected, despite ensuring that there was a platform that would allow more people to come in, because elections were held via Zoom. However, we appreciate those who turned up to exercise their rights and participated in electing their board and supervisory members. Okay, so basically that's where we are. When we conducted elections for the 2 positions, there were members who were elected. Maybe I can just read the results for the benefit of those members who may not have been in that meeting. Sorry, just. Shortly, so that I can give you the results as voted. So for just a minute. For NMG, we had Maria Sonia Gakuru, who was elected in that particular, by the members of that electoral zone. Then for Mwananchi, like I mentioned, Alphonse was not opposed and therefore elected in the supervisory. We had Anna Muthoni, who was elected, but thereafter we were able to obtain information, material information that necessitated the nomination committee to disqualify her, and therefore 𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗢 was declared. The information we are talking about is membership in, serving as a board member in a different cooperative society. That is information that was concealed by the time, we were doing the vetting. But thereafter, we received a confirmation that she is a board member in a society called 𝗓𝗔𝗖𝗢, and therefore, pursuant to our electoral policy and the SACCO regulations for deposit-taking SACCOs, we were able to take that action, and therefore brought in 𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗢, who was a run-up in that election. So that is the report of the nomination committee. Shortly, we'll be requesting members to confirm those members, because remember, the general meeting has the responsibility of electing members. This is a supreme decision-making organ as far as the society is concerned. And therefore, in exercising that responsibility, we'll be asking you to confirm the board members so that they can be able to serve us for the next 3 years. Okay? So with that, Chair, if you can allow me, we will proceed and get proposers and seconders for each of those candidates, so that formally we can be able to ratify the decision that was taken by the different electoral zones which participated. Okay? So members, if we are together, we can move. We start with the board members. I'll read out the names, and then I'll ask you to propose and second those candidates who are cleared, vetted, and then confirm them in their respective positions. So starting with the NMG, we have broadcasting and plant. For NMG broadcasting, that is NBD, we have Betty Kuremwa. Betty, if you're here, please stand and come forward. Then for plant, we have Paul Muimi. Paul Muimi, you can also come forward. And then for Taifa, we have Peter Munaita and Felicity Karemi. And then Mwananchi, we have Catherine Karanja. Okay, thank you, thank you. Felicity Karemi was here with us, but she's unwell, so she stepped out. However, she can still be confirmed in absentia. So Catherine, Catherine is here. Betty? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So members, those are the elected representative from their different electoral zones. As you're aware, your board composition must also reflect the composition of the membership. And those are, once confirmed, the people who are going to serve you as your board of directors for the next 3 years. So, in no particular order, I would want to request a proposer. Or maybe you can start with Betty. Or do you want to hear them speak first? Or maybe just mention the name only, eh? Maybe just pass the mic. At least for the chair, you know him. He has been speaking to us since morning. So maybe the others, yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Betty Kuremwa, and I think I've been a member since 2019 when I joined Nation Media Group from Standard Group. And I'm glad to serve you, and I'm glad to join the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Betty. Maybe before we even pass the mic, can we get a proposer and a seconder for Betty?
My name is Abel Mukua. I propose.
Did you get that? Please come up again, your name and the person you're proposing.
I'm proposing Betty Kuremwa.
Your name for the records.
My name is Abel Mukua.
Abel Mukua proposes Betty. Who is seconding?
I'm Gladys Wangia, seconding Betty.
Gladys.
Gladys Wangia.
Gladys Wange seconds. So Betty has been proposed and seconded and therefore confirmed as a board member. We can then move to Paul Muimi.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Paul Muimi. I represent NMG Plant. Managed to thank you for the opportunity to serve in the board.
Thank you, Paul. So in the same vein, we can have a proposer and a seconder for Paul.
Michael Mutua, proposer.
Michael Mutua.
Yes.
Proposes. Then seconded. Moses Kisia. Chesire. Thank you. So again, Paul has been proposed, seconded, and therefore confirmed. Then we can have in absentia. So yeah, you have the mic, so maybe you mention your name.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Catherine Karanja. We joined Nation Circle from Ogilvy Circle, which was part of WPP Scan Group. And now we are in the Mwananchi zone. Thank you for this opportunity.
So thank you very much, Catherine Karanja, representing Mwananchi electoral zone. Let's have a proposer.
Steve Moi. Steve Moi proposes.
Steve Moye. Okay, I hope you got the name. Yes, he proposes. Let's have a seconder.
Yeah. Seconder.
My name is Edith. Second, Catherine.
Please come up and give us your both names. No. We didn't get you.
My name is Edith Chepkorir.
Edith Chepkorir. Seconds. Is it a seconder? You have that, eh? Okay, thank you very much, Karanja, Catherine, proposed and seconded. So we can have Felicity in absentia. Felicity Karemi, representing Taifa.
My name is Yusuf Washira. Propose Felicity Karemi.
Wainaina Keganya here, seconding.
Okay, noted, as well noted. And then finally, Peter Monaita, who has been serving as the chair. Josephine Nyaboke Nyabera proposes.
Charles Omondi, seconds.
Charles Mwangi.
Charles Omondi.
Omondi. Charles Omondi, second. So thank you very much. Maybe one word to say thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'm looking forward to serving. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm looking forward to working with everybody.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I promise to serve you to my best, to the best of my ability.
Members, thanks once again for helping us and supporting us to serve you. We are really honored. We appreciate the challenge that comes with. As the nominations committee chair said, we have new members in the board. Kwa hivyo mkiona budget ya training imeenda juu, mutaelewa tumetoka wapi. We have to induct them and do everything in accordance. We are really honored on behalf of everyone, including those who are not here, like Verisity, Sonia Gakuru. Teresa was elected, and for some reason in the supervisory, she did not come to the front. I don't know. Or you will go to the, okay, sorry for jumping the gun. I want to appreciate all of you and to say teamwork, teamwork, teamwork will get us there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, and congratulations for your election into the board. So for the supervisory, we can have Maria Sonia Gakuru, we have Teresa Maina and Alphonse 𝗔𝗚𝗓. Other than the requirements of the board, for the supervisory committee, there's also an additional requirement that at least one of the those elected into the supervisory committee must possess some accounting or financial background, mainly because of the nature of the work they're expected to do. Okay? So this is a team that was elected. I've explained what happened with Taifa. But the rest of the positions. So we have Maria Sonia Gakuru representing NMG. We have Teresa Maina, that's Taifa, and Mwananchi Alphonse 𝗔𝗚𝗓. So I would, in the same breath, in the same way we did with the board, we can also get proposers and seconders for each of them to confirm them into their in that particular position. This is a team that is supposed to serve you, to make sure they keep the board in check, to receive all those complaints, investigate, and make recommendations to the board, and of course report to you at the end of the year. So we can start, you can give the mic so that we get to know them, and then get a proposer and a seconder.
Good afternoon, members. I'm Teresa Maina. I have been a member of this circle for 8 years, and also a member of the Supervisory Committee for 5 years.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Sonia Gakuru. I have been in the circle for 15 years, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alphonse 𝗔𝗚𝗓, representing Mwananchi. I've been in the circle. We crossed over from Trust Circle, which was PDM Circle, to Nation Circle. So I've been a continuing member all through, and I'm a consultant with PDM Kenya Limited.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So let's get a proposer. Let's start with Teresa Maina from Taifa.
Hi, my name is Mercy Kimani. I'm proposing Teresa.
Teresa Maina proposed. Then seconder.
My name is Monjuma. I second Teresa Maina.
Seconded by Munywa. You didn't get the name, eh? First name is who?
Hughes Mwanjuma.
Oh, sorry, sorry. Okay, thank you, thank you. Confirmed. That is, Teresa has been confirmed. Let's have Maria Sonia Gakuru.
Michael Ngugi, propose.
George Onyango.
Michael Ngugi, and then we can have...
George Onyango.
Okay, George Onyango. Okay, thank you. So that is the proposer, the seconder now. Okay, then finally, let's have Alphonse Nzule, proposer. Alphonse represent Mwananchi.
My name is Julius Muia. I propose.
Julius proposes. And finally, seconder.
Benson Lidali, I second.
So thank you very much. All the three have been proposed and seconded, and therefore duly elected as supervisory committee members. So we can give them the mic as we appreciate them.
Thank you, members, for your confidence in us. As the chairman said, teamwork will get us there. Thank you.
I thank God for this opportunity. I thank you, members, and I look forward to serving you.
Thank you, members. I look forward to serving you.
So thank you very much. You can take your seats, and congratulations for your election. Members, even as a team serving in the nomination committee, we have noted your sentiments as far as participation of all the members in voting is concerned. And I think there will be an improvement towards that end. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kadhorima, for taking us through that session. And thank you all members for conducting our elections, the first elections online, peacefully and with a lot of decorum. There are running points, as the chairman has alluded. I think the nomination committee will grow from strength to strength based on your feedback, and let's give them as much support as they require. The next step possibly for them is issues to do with the board evaluation and the like. We want to improve governance step by step. Thanks a lot, and thank you for attending today's session. Someone has just drawn my attention that there was a stranger on the table. Before I go to the stranger, you all heard that some of our most improved members were from the diaspora. There's one particular person who has been driving that. I want just to mention her name and to tell her to wave to the crowd if she, to members, if she's still with us. Radio 𝗦𝗔𝗖𝗢. Are you around? Please give her a mic. I want to recognize Rendia for her effort, unprovoked effort of recruiting members in the diaspora for Nation Circle. She started with the US. Now she's doing it in the Middle East and also Europe. I think we got an inquiry 2 or 4 weeks ago. So, Madam, please come to the front and encourage members that we can recruit as many members as possible with our small efforts. There is no material you want for now, but she's an example I feel we need to emulate in our recruitment. Thank you, Rendia. Please, karibu.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Lydia 𝗦𝗔𝗖𝗢, and I joined this Nation Circle some years back. But when I came, I only knew 2 people. Then from there, I've brought 16 members, and 6 are from diaspora. And 10 more, Mr. Chairman, 10 more are coming. I'm sending the forms to them. Thank you so much, and keep on coming. Even my whole family is here in the circle. All of them, they joined, the six of them. Only one is remaining, but she's coming as well. God bless you.
Thank you, Rendia, for your continued support. And the CEO is mentioning something which I will not mention to everyone. To appreciate your effort, there is something in store. Henry Owo just commented on something. I also want to recognize Henry Owo. Henry, please stand and wave because you had spoken. That's the gentleman who won a fully paid holiday from the circle in 2021. Have you forgotten, or 2020? 2021 with his family because he had the most improved deposits. So, Henry, the challenge from the CEO is you need to win another one. So you'll be coming up with something and make sure you are not left out. Before we have our students from Starehe with us, I will request them to come to the front. Martino Stanley Munyi is with the Starehe boys, as the name suggests. We are still on the straight and narrow ourselves. We haven't gone trans. Then we have Atiku 𝗦𝗔𝗖𝗢𝗢 Abdul. She's with Starehe girls. They are here. Give them a mic so that they just say hi. They appreciate the members and they tell us how they are doing. Very briefly, 1 minute each. Thank you. Karibuni.
Good afternoon. I am Martino, as he has said, from Starehe Boys Center. Yes, and as the chairman has said earlier, bado tunapambana. Yes. Yes, and we have to make sure that your unending kindness does not go to waste with giving you the best performance. Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Atika Saleh from Starehe Girls Center, and I am privileged to be here. And yes, I'm looking forward to finish Form 4 and get better results. Have a nice afternoon.
Thank you, our scorers. Keep working, and we wish you all the best. You may have your seats. Okay, in the wisdom of the board, we thought, given our resources, we would operate a 4-year cycle. So these are in Form 4. Next year, we will be taking another cohort, 1 from each school. Remember, Starehe was chosen because of its wing for the needy. It's kind of diversified, but it serves the needy community well, so we thought we could step in that. And as the board explores, we will see whether there is an opportunity, possibly to increase the number to 2, depending on our resources. So let's appreciate that and give back to the community as much as we can. As I had mentioned earlier, if there is any person you can assist at every station you are in your life, those are the ones will come back to you. Let's do all we can. We see so many appeals. Let's not just leave them to someone else. Let's be that person who renders a hand. Some are even rendering just a voice on social media, and you see someone has been assisted. As I indicated, no effort is too small. I now want to invite our finance manager, Mr. 𝗦𝗔𝗖𝗢𝗢, to say a few words, because he was on the front bench and someone was wondering why he's so quiet. They were assuming maybe you are unable to talk, but prove them wrong. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. It's a pleasure having been, I think, a finance man. I've worked for this circle, I think, from 2008. But I assumed the position of finance manager, I think, from 2018. It has been absolute pressure being your finance manager. And we promise you that things will keep on getting better and better. This year, we managed to up the payout rate to 9.5. So next year, we are looking forward probably to taking it to 10. So we want to be among the best circles in terms of payout to members. Thank you.
Thank you, 𝗦𝗧𝗖𝗢𝗢. I think there is a matter arising there. Who has it? Sitaki mtu anje kuniuliza maswali after the meeting. Please, you have a matter arising?
Gabriel Zuya. I want to the issue of recruiting members. My sister here was able single-handedly bring 15 members. If we can come up with a defined incentive, like for instance, every member you bring probably get 1,000 bob, you get 500 bob. then we'll be able to actually double or triple membership, and in so doing, easily achieve our target of probably 5 billion in terms of turnover. But that's something which the board can actually analyze, and viable, then we put it in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. And your statement has confirmed you have not brought a member to Nation Circle because that incentive is there. I want 5 members from you this year. The incentive is there. Thank you. Still, Gabriel has not asked the matter arising that I don't want to be asked after the meeting. Let me ask on your behalf in the interest of time. Mutai watu waangalie simu saa ngapi, waone kama kuna message. Amesema quietly from 4. At 4 p.m. But please, you know systems can go wrong. Do not go sit somewhere. Do not go sit somewhere and order unangojea pesa. Order after you get the message. Okay. I now give the mic to the CEO, and from the CEO we have a vote of thanks from one of our directors. And Mr. Gesengi will close for us with a word of prayer. From me and the entire team, thanks a lot for your participation, for your support, and we look forward to helping each other grow both individually and collectively in this year and beyond. Thank you. Bwana CEO.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. As we come to the tail end of this meeting, there is an ad for CIC. If you're interested, you can talk to us. We can be able to assist you finance the people who are here. In case you have some people who are vulnerable, we can be able to support through some of our products that we have. Number 2, in regard to what the chairman has asked about the dividends, we request that we start querying your systems at 4, the way the finance manager said. Sometimes you tend to congest the system by querying. So give us up to around 4. There will be a message. You know, and all of you go querying, I think it congests the system. So wait for the message. Send them time. Yeah, wait for the message. Otherwise, we appreciate your time. We thank all of you, and even as the year recovers from COVID and the new government, please come for the money. If you look at your balance sheet, you have a lot of cash. Please come for the money, borrow, and invest. God bless you, and may you have a fruitful year. Thank you.
Fellow cooperators, good afternoon. I think I'm so audited. I would like us to, all of us, we stand kindly. Now, just a small exercise, which I am going to demonstrate. I want us to appreciate ourselves for today, for the year, even what we have achieved. We thank God for that, and I want us to do in a special way. So this is how we are going to do it. When I say clap, three times. When I say 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Are we together? Digital, analog, one more time. We thank God for today. You can sit. Thank you so much. We thank God for today. We have come from far. We don't take it for granted. We have gone through so much from the period of COVID, and now we are here. It's been through your loyalty as members, which we truly appreciate. It's been through resilience of each one of us. It's been through God's grace. I want to thank the chairman and the board. It's been through good governance. It's been through good management, led by the CEO. And again, to you members, we owe it to you. We really don't take it for granted. So just to pick a word or two that we were shared with from our guest speaker, let us begin where you put your money. Begin where you put your money. This is a reliable place, Nation Circle, as you can see. So give us your loyalty. Let us work together, and we are going to go 10%, 12%. Let us climb together. Your welfare is our business. Asante sana. Thank you so much. What I would like to announce is to honor the day, we have lunch after this. Please don't go away. Lunch will be served. We will be directed, so please enjoy with us. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Tumsifu Yesu Kristo. Yangu kidogo ya maombi. Nimesikia kuna chakula, pia niombe. Nimeshukuru members kwa kuwa nimekuwa kwa board for the last 3 years. Nina exit sahi. Niwapeleke mbele ya Mungu. Kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu. Amina. Utukuzwe Mungu Mwenyezi kwa wema wako na neema zako. Tunakushukuru kwa kipeo cha uhai na afya na nchi yetu ya Kenya. Asante Mungu wetu kwa nafasi ya kukusanyika hapa. Kwa vile miaka iliyopita Mungu wetu hatukuweza kukusanyika kwa sababu ya magonjwa. Asante kwa sako yetu, asante kwa board na wanafanyikazi. Matokeo haya tuliowaona leo ni mzuri. Sifa na shukrani ni kwako Bwana. Tunaomba na tunatoa shukrani zetu katika jina la Yesu Kristo aliye Bwana na mkombozi wetu. Tunaenda kuombea chakula. Utukuzwe Mungu Baba Mwenyezi kwa wema wako. Chakula iliyo mbele yako ni kwa wema wako Mungu wetu. Tunakuomba tunapoenda kukila, ukibariki na utubariki sisi ili tupate nguvu ya kukutumikia vema. Kwa jina ya Kristo Bwana wetu. Kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu. Amina.
Thank you, Gesengi. May we have a blessed day ahead. And I would ask, is there someone from NASCOS to tell us how to go about the lunch? NASCOS? Faith Wajoy, are you with the instructions on how we are going to go about this?
Thank you, Chairman. To all delegates, it's a pleasure.
Mr. Opondo, come and speak from the front.
Okay. Thank you.
You can also have a minute to pitch your business.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, so all members, delegates, our guests, all protocol observed, thank you for this day. It's a good day. At the end of it all, we are going to have a sumptuous meal, if not meals. Personally, I'm Daniel Otieno Pondo, the General Manager at NASCOS. NASCOS is our catering wing of the Nation Staff Consumer Cooperative Society, and Nation Circle being our big brother. So thank you so much for this platform. Other than the canteen services, it's good to remind you that we do all types of functions, all types of events, both corporate and private. We understand many of us are right now not in the common bond, but wherever you are, those organizations at corporate level or individual level or family level, you can always engage NASCOS to undertake your catering services or food delivery services, whether at home or in the office or when you're in town. You can pass by the new NASCO's restaurant at HH Towers, Junction, Moi and Kenyatta Avenue, to see what we have to offer, and even have takeaways for your family. So thank you so much. So back to our business today. We are going to have 3 serving points. One is right opposite the registration desk, and then 2 are directly at the entrance. I'll request all of us to at least have some order. We have enough food for everybody. In case of any complaint, any compliment, we are on the ground, kindly let us know. We'll do our best to make sure that the queues move as fast as possible. So you are most welcome. Thank you so much.
The meeting is adjourned. All the best, everyone.